showed it. Lost that video. A little bit of thermal cameras. We'll do a little bit of motion control stuff. I can install the new parts. We can take a look at how the belts are gonna work out. Then we can, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I could just transfer the BTTV emotes and stuff over, because there are those online plugins where you can just make animated emotes. But I feel like with the existence of FFC and BTTV, I don't need to just move the emotes over to Twitch. I think I'll make unique ones for Twitch. I'll have to figure out what they are. I don't know yet, but you just disabled them. Why? You already have unique. The animated emotes are fun. What do you have against fun? If it were my way, computers would still be a command line. You know, people already have. Yeah, the online plugins that help you like shake emotes and do stuff is great. Yeah, you can't use BTTV emotes outside of their bubbles, which is good unless you're paying for BTTV, I think. Oh, Soldering is doing something. Oh God, I do not want to watch. This song is like a little hardcore for the intro to a stream, huh? Maybe it'll lighten up for the next song. Let's see. Oh, it looks like it gets copywritten right there, so we'll jump ahead of that. Although this looks like a little bit of a minefield. It could just be his mixer There's another one right there, and there, and there, and there. Oh God. Oh, Data's online? I didn't know Data was online. Factory, thanks. There's that satellite trio. Scandal. I do want to make one day I do want to make a helical antenna and point it up at the sky and get some data from satellites. I think that would be super cool. This is in ortho mode. Oh my God, why does he display stuff like that? All right.
Thanks for the raid. Nice to have a
What's planned? We got a couple things to work on. Mostly finishing up stuff.
Brings back a bit of nostalgia.
Let's get the first set of 3D printed parts over here. Spent my night 3D printing. Oh, and I also got a tile cutting tool. I got a tile working tool. That's this thing right here. It's actually pretty good at removing traces, at cutting traces. So I can take a copper clad board, and I could, if I wanted to, spend a lot of time carving. Could spend a lot of time carving and actually carve out a surface mount circuit with this, or I could take just like a place that has a large copper pad, and I could make that into tracks for surface mount traces. So it's not an amazing tool, but it is a cheap tool. Yeah, it's just got this little edge there. It's pretty damn sharp though, that's the thing. Pretty damn sharp. And it takes a couple tries to get a good cut. So this is me just experimenting with it, but like first cut, not quite. Second cut, decent. It's got a track to follow. Dig in a little bit more. Then you start actually peeling away the layers, getting down to the fiberglass. And then your trace is cut. I don't quite trust that yet. Take it a couple more. A little deeper this time. There you go. It's not a one-pass tool, but it does get the job done. Yeah, it's linoleum carving, basically, which is just about the right level of cutting that is needed to sever traces between circuit boards. In case you screw up on a design or you need to modify something. Pretty decent. It's a very cheap tool though. I don't suspect it's gonna last very long, but hey, yeah, we can do this. I'm okay with it. And you just gotta be careful about what's on the other side of the blade. You don't wanna tips in order to make small movements, but then you don't have large movements. So with the vertical mouse, I would think you would only have large movements. Dewey's saying you can still use your fingers. With the computer mouse, it is deceptively dexterous because you can do large sweeping movements and then you can do tiny little accurate movements. Best mouse skill ever was the spinning the ball, doing that. Or do you mean like picking it up and letting the momentum carry the ball? On a mouse that's molded around my arm. You know, there's a device that you could strap to the back here that senses all of your finger muscle movements. You could use that. The ladder, so doing this and having it coast. The rival, or whatever, not rival, but whatever mouse I got to replace the replacement of this mouse has a sensor on it for the distance to the table surface. So if you lift the mouse a tiny little bit, it can stop movement. I'm not sure if there's a momentum on that. If you could just go shoop and it'll coast in that direction. Nowhere near as much wrist as you would assume, still thumb and fingers. So you're moving it like this, but you're also jellyfish? Jellyfish. Jellyfish. Why are my hands so red? I think it was too hot of a shower this morning or something. Okay, so it's a bit of a tilt. So you're like this, and you can still move the mouse around. Huh. That's interesting. What's going on? What do you mean people are wondering what's going on? They know exactly what's going on. It's jellyfish. What else would be going on? That's a squid. How fucking dare you? How... Ban. It's an Octo J puss. It's an Octo J beepus? What? Oh god. When does this run out? Soon. This is gonna go completely blank and just decide, like, my audio is just gonna cut. Because Twitch is like, no! And in fact, you know what? I'm gonna take control. Bop. I'm gonna take control because I wanna work on some stuff today. I have too many projects and not enough time to do them, and hopefully we can get to everything. There's a couple like things that came in the mail. I actually got those brackets ahead of time. So those, and by the way, this is all gonna detract from working on OctoJ's tablets, but I'm gonna start out with the thermal imager because we were working on that yesterday and I can finish it off to a degree. I still kind of want to tweak around like where the cooling holes are and stuff and maybe minimize them a little bit. Maybe stretch the entire body out so that it fits, so that the two lenses are on the same plane. They're gonna be offset from one another a little bit. I may want to do those tweaks, but for now, if I can get something working, we can come back to that. So I'm going to take a look at the thermal imager. We're going to have to do a little bit of wiring, but first we need to just put all the components into their locations, and then we'll figure it out from there. So we can get that thermal imager protected and properly placed. Now, one thing was at the end of the stream, I think it was NyanoCat. Hold on, I got to scroll up. Scroll. Well, before the raid. Yeah, NyanoCat found germanium windows, 5 of them for $16, and they're 10 millimeters. So, I mean, I don't think I'm going to put the protective lens over the front of it, but I want to keep those in the back of my mind because I could do like an O-ring and a slip ring, an O-ring and a slip ring in order to hold a germanium lens in front of the thermal cam and like protect it. Because, I mean, the core is $140 from eBay. It was like $300 something originally. If the price keeps going down, maybe it's not that big of a deal to keep it super protected. If I get 3 years out of it, it might just, you know, be one thing that you just buy another. But the thing is, like, it would be interesting to put some more structure on that in order to put a lens in front of the thing and actually keep it safe. Barring that, I would like to get this thing put together because I don't want bad stuff to happen to my brand new thermal imaging core, because I think it's pretty cool. Actually, I think with the webcam module, you could plug that into a cell phone. So you could put a piece of the 3M dual lock on the back of your phone and just attach this thing to it and do thermal imaging. Because I think cell phones recognize webcams. So hey, nothing's working. And it's just a generic, it uses like the generic Windows 10 webcam driver. So I think that's pretty cool, especially for people who film things with their cell phones. But anyway, you know, I can take it on the road and actually look at different stuff with that. If I can make the module acceptable to me, which is what we're going to work on now. So we're going to start with the webcam. We're going to move on and do a little bit of the XY table because it got brackets and stuff. When do we get the see-through close sensor? No. Consent is really important, man. Just contextualize that, please. But no, so the thermal imager on the go would be pretty cool because you can look at like people's cars and computers and all kinds of cool stuff like that. You can see how screaming hot that pitch was at a baseball game. I don't fucking know. Anyway, we can also take a look at the XY table because I got brackets and stuff for that. Those came in the mail. I did the 3D print for the second servo. So we can get the hardware of that kind of put together, and then I can have an idea of what I'm calling the T-bar, but I don't think it's going to be a T-bar. It's just something to hold 2 pulleys on either side of the axis so that it can move back and forth. That's something that I can get an idea of what I want to build based on the positioning of the brackets. Then we can work on the tablets, because I got the screen that Octaj sent in for the one tablet. That one is not getting a replacement battery. I forget whether or not the USB was okay in that one. Well, I'll refresh myself when I get the bin out for all that stuff. But all that being said, I have a fixed amount of time. I've got to go to something at the end of the day today. I got a friend coming here to pick me up. So if that door bursts open and my friend's like, where the fuck are you? Then I got to go. So just the screen and the one today. And the battery also needs to be transferred over. Okay, cool. Yeah, and then the one that gets the new battery also gets the new USB, and I've got a bunch of those USB things that I ordered. They're sitting in the drawer. But yeah, all right. Yeah, you can leave. That's fine. It's fine. I don't care. Okay, anyway. Anyway, so yeah, let's get to the enclosure. Do I have Fusion open on the other? I think I can just open up Fusion and it's not going to bitch at me. I think it's going to open up and it's not going to bitch at me. We'll see, though. We'll have to see. Because that just means I can show you what my intentions are with this thing. And we can see the difference between this part in Fusion and what actually 3D printed. The missing things that you guys didn't see. Hey, Mahalo. Yeah, happy Friday. The parts that you did not see in this were my taking this model as it opens. I'm trying to get this right. Come on. Any minute now. There it is. Taking this model, taking the solid bodies that we created in order to surround all of the imported parts, right-clicking it, going save as STL, literally not touching any of the settings. Click OK, saving it, and this is not the right folder, but I would save it to, give it a name first of all. I put like thermal in front of that. Saving it to a folder on the desktop, opening Prusa, dragging the STL file in, and then just using the default slicer settings that I have set up in my 3D printer. And what I got on the other end doesn't quite resemble what we have right here, but it's close. It's close enough, and dimensionally, it's close enough that I'm happy with it. You see how blurry it is? That's what the 3D printer does. Boop, 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 boop. So yeah, getting it kind of close enough. The dimensions are correct. Most of the stuff is pretty good. I'm not gonna fault it for anything. If I really wanted to eliminate that ridge right there, I would have done multiple of these. What happens is when it's done printing this, it then has less time per layer for this, and that causes weird stuff to happen. It causes the layers to partially melt down and stuff like that. So what I really should have done is put 2 sets of these, or at least I could have done like 2 more of the bottom piece, just so that it prints, it gives the layer more time to hang out. I don't know if there's a setting where I can manipulate that. It would be nice if there was an external setting that I could set that would have it hang out a little longer when it has less to print. But that's just the weirdness of my own printer. There's a little bit of overlap, weirdness, and stuff going on. I think maybe the BL touch might have drifted a little bit. You can see how uneven. Like over here, it's perfect, and over here, it's kind of drifted away. But all in all, it is the right shape. It is the right shape, and everything's good. You're foolish if you do not support this stream, says Wolfgang Blitz, who doesn't have a sub patch next to him. Is that some kind of... Oh, there it is. Oh, look at that. Right on time, man. You timed that perfectly. All right, yeah, let's put you up on the board. Wolfgang Blitz, thank you so much. You are foolish if you do not support this stream, says a Blitz of Wolfgang. Oh, yeah, and I didn't even start up BTS yet. Let me do that. Let me do that. Let me start up BTS. Well, bam. So we're waiting on the API, the Twitch API, which has been amazingly sluggish, to send us a little Wolfgang Blitz. Oh, whoa. Really? Wow. That took a while. I mean, statistically, any name could take a while. But, like, Wolfgang Blitz is not that long. Wow, I'm scared now. You guys know that there's literally no guarantee for this board, right? Every bit of this is you supporting the stream. That's really, like, this is the cherry on top. So if anything happens to this, I'm not gonna be that charitable about making sure that people get on a board or not. Because I don't have to be. But when this thing fills up, if we can get a definitive fill up of the board, then I will switch gears and we will just become a woodworking stream for a little bit until it goes back up. Appropriately, you're going right near, am I right or am I right? Wolfgang Blitz, you're right by Eat Ass Every Day. And NPS Stewart. There's no way I'm doing custom fonts. It's way too much work. You understand that that one-line text that I have in here was built in Inkscape personally by tracing the lines of Avenir. Every letter that's supported on there. No, it wasn't easy. You need to know where the lines are ending and how to make it still look like the font in one line. It is actually quite a bit of work. And have it still fit the size of the text versus the bubble text so that they resemble one another. It's more artistic than it is algorithmic. You can't just put stuff on it. Like, you can't just like let an automated tool do that because it won't do it correctly. You have to go through the letters individually in order to make sure that they're okay. So it was a solid 3 days of wake up, work, go to sleep, wake up, work, go to sleep until I got that right. So. Can a smart person figure out how much area is still available for burning on the board? Oh, that's, man, I don't know. The database is no longer easily uploadable, so I didn't upload it onto GitHub. So people don't have access to that database. But yeah, so I mean, for the most part, the print of this thing is pretty good. It's okay. It's not amazing. You know, my printer probably need to manipulate the extrusion settings a little bit, but what is that? What is that little piece there? I guess it's just a little booger. But yeah, so I mean, you know, maybe my overlap settings could use a little work. I think maybe the printer is no longer. I think I could lower the nozzle a little bit on that first layer, but it's functional, and that's all that I really care about right now. So let's work on putting the thermal imager in there. I'm gonna work on ignoring chat because they have this weird idea energy. Weird idea energy. This happens every now and then. What if you staple a watermelon to a zucchini? What if you invert it? Invert it, oh bother. Do this, do that, do the other thing. No, sorry guys. You only get so much patience anymore. Where the hell did I put all the parts for the previous thermal thing? Comic Sans! Am I funny yet? Ha ha ha! Comic Sans. I'm putting you guys on red. Yeah, it's Friday energy. Let's admit it. Let's just admit it. Let's just admit it. So let's see here. What did I do with the thermal imager parts? And then I gotta fish out the weird grid stuff that I gotta use. The grating. No, I'm not. I'm actually in a normal mood. Normal mood. You guys are just trying to push my buttons. I'm not gonna let you. Huh. I don't know what happened to those parts. Okay, fine. We'll get new parts. We'll get new parts. You're not being put in jail. Let's see. So in order to do this, I'm gonna need two things, and one of them is my fan bin, and the other one is the absolutely tiny fasteners. Where did I put the? I think they're in a bin across the way. See, I had all the tiny fasteners in a little cup, so I didn't have to go identify new ones. But I don't think I have them anymore in that cup. All right, hold on. Let me just go get my glasses repair kit. That's what the tiny fasteners are. It's the only set of screws that I have that are small enough to actually hold down the camera. And I got to be really careful with them because they're in a very cheap bin. A very cheap bin. So I got that, and then I need to get the smallest wire that I have. I don't know if I want to use silicone jacketed or even if I can, but I do need very small wire. This stuff might do. That's a little thick for our purposes, though. Or I could use this stuff, old monitor wire. That stuff is pretty thin. That's actually pretty stiff compared. I think I can use, I'm like looking at wires and screws and stuff to try to determine what I can use to put this thing together. I don't have I need basically a USB cable is what I need. I could even take apart a USB cable in order to use that, but I don't think that's a good idea. I have this stuff. Actually, this stuff will be good. This wire's older than I am. This is like some old phone wire that I found. Old phone wire. Old. But it is very thin, and there are 4 colors, which makes it perfect for USB. Try to make nice, neat work of this so that everything is at least somewhat survivable. And then, what else do I need? Oh yeah, the fan thing. If I still have that, I hope I still have it. Otherwise, I don't really have a material to put up there. Oh, I gotta fish for stuff deep within the cockles and the subcockles of the shop. There we go. Yeah, that's always been there. The Southeast Electric hard hat. Got that a long time ago from eBay. I wore it during the Among Us streams so many fucking years ago. Many, many, many years ago. Okay. There she is. This stuff. Suggested 500 years ago by Leb TV Live that I get to protect fans is a great material to put in those windows. This bin used to be completely Noctua fans, but now these are all the fans that the Noctuas have replaced. I'm a man of culture. Many of these fans will never find a home. In the arms of an angel. No. God, that's... Ugh. This bin needs some work. Get that out of here. Okay, so... I think we got all the parts. I should have made a cutting form for this. For the window pieces. Yeah, I know. It's like, why do you keep them? I don't know. You never know. What if a Noctua fails? Even though that's never, ever happened to me. That's literally never happened to me. Okay. So. I mean, I guess I could measure and cut. Or I could try to... I mean, I can't just do it like this. I can't just, like, place it on top and do the cut. Oh, I also need glue. Hold on. You had one fail, but only because coolant got into it. That's an honorable death, I suppose. I'll use ultraviolet glue, because it really only needs to be slightly held in, I think. If I were smarter, I would have created a clip that went outside of the... Like, if I put a clip of plastic that went outside of the fan grill, or if I had attached the fan, if I had assumed that the grill would go inside of the enclosure instead of outside, that might have been a better idea. Oh well, we'll just play it by ear. So I think what I can do, I could probably just do some measuring of the distances here and cut it very carefully with a straight edge so that I get these dimensions. These dimensions aren't perfect. I mean, if you look, like everything is like so straight cut and like parallel, and everything's perfect on there. But if you actually look at like at what we're up against, it's good, but the ridge structure, the 3D print kind of makes it a little weird, right? You always want to have a little bit of wiggle room in these kinds of things. A little bit of wiggle room goes a long way. But yeah, it's not incredibly perfect, but I think we can probably do something pretty decent with this. Yeah, it's like a little wiggly line. So let's get measurements here. Width from here to here. That would be 20.177. Oh God, why can't it be an even number? I probably made it 20. I don't know what the CAD program does in order to make these weird numbers. So we'll do 20. Well, maybe I'll just make that cut first from the edge of this. I don't think I can score this to market. Maybe I could just try. This thing is in inches, by the way, so I can't use the board. Can't use the table in order to help me out. Three, 2, 1, 0. 20. Come on. Nope. There. 20. Now I don't have a CNC. Closest I got is the board. That is so specialized, the board, that I can't use it for anything else. I had an uncle who wanted me to do laser engraving of some wood. He was building a gazebo. I'm like, I can't do it. I cannot do it because it's not, the board is very, very, very specifically engineered to do one task. Oh, maybe I could just use the calipers as a cutting guide. I mean, as long as I get it to go in the right direction far enough. Ugh, I'm gonna cut myself. All right, I'm gonna get a new blade on this. Do you get many requests to make things like you did for that musician a few months ago, and do you accept them? Musician. Nobody ever requested that I build anything. It's actually, that musician is technically a friend of mine who's been after me for like 10 years to make him a synthesizer. Yeah, I don't really get many requests. My problem is that I'm too honest with the requests that I get. I'm too honest with the requests that I get. If somebody's asking for something, I'm not good at estimating like overall cost. I'm good at overestimating time. But I mean, even cost estimation takes time away from me doing the things that I need to be doing. But I will discuss, you know, a lot of people just need to like discuss their projects and stuff. And it's like, I don't know. What responsibility do I have in order to stop everything and discuss their project forever? And then I end up trying to deflect them over to like consumer products that they can get that does the same thing. It's tough. It's tough. It's like, what do? Should I be dishonest with them and say, yeah, I'm the only one who can solve your problem and this is how you do it, but I'm a systems engineer, kind of, at heart. And as a systems engineer, it's kind of like, well, here's a system. And then I don't get any contract money from that. So I don't know, man. I don't know what to do. Is that gonna... I guess we can fail at this, so it's okay. No, I moved it, and I'm not staying on the line very well. Question is, can I see what I cut? Well, kinda. I can actually just do that. I can just fold it. All right, let's try that. I can probably use the straight edge, which is getting rusty. Finder's fee or just buy it for the rebadge. I know, right? In a perfect world. Yeah, I gotta split my time between that and... Yeah, it's tough. So that should be the right height. Let's see. Let's see how terribly this goes together, if I can actually put my money where my mouth is. Wait a second. That's not even close. What the hell? What? 20.16. Oh wait, that was okay. Sorry, that was the wrong dimension. No, that wasn't a musician. That was Tom Thinks. That was Tom Thinks. He does live kind of like puppetry. All right, so that's just about right. Let's figure out what our height needs to be. That was the wrong button. That was absolutely the wrong button. Bop, there we go. All right, inspect from here to here. 255. Are you? What the fuck? 14.255. All right, 14.255. That's a fucking weird number. But I got it now. 14.255. Who made this fucking thing? All right, 16, 15, 14.7. No, that's not even close. 5, 4, 3, 2. This is where, like, if I had an actual laser cutter, this would be like a one-step kind of thing. I'd be like, make a box with this, and then chamfer, and then we're done. But I don't have those kinds of tools. I don't really need those kinds of tools. Now this is cut crooked, so I need to fix that first. How the fuck do I fix that? How do I fix that? Ugh. This is sitting too tall in order to be parallel. Think, think, think. Think, think, think. I could just be very careful about the measurement and then try to make that parallel. Or I can put this on a spacer. And I gotta cut that spacer. I need something to bridge that gap right there. I need 1 millimeter clearance for friction prints on my prints. I do 0.2. 0.2 is friction fit for screws for me. I'm gonna scooch the cutting board to the very edge of the table. I'm gonna do some table engineering. All right, that might actually work. Now I got to involve a blade. How do I do that? I guess I can do this. I'm gonna end up with a freaking scalpel in my head today. Everything just moved. God damn it. I take very light cuts. I do not know how craftsmen do this. I don't know how they do this. I don't know how they do this. It shocks me. Does that look like it's at all parallel? Pretty decent. That's pretty decent considering the inaccuracies of my cut previously. Oh man, this is gonna be a chore, but we gotta do it. If I had a better way of marking this, which I don't because it's black and I don't have anything that can... Pencil might be able to mark it. Nah. If I can just get like an initial cut in there. Actually, I could do this. That's not very accurate because that other piece isn't really sitting... Well, it's the best I can do. I wish I could score it. Scoring doesn't work. All right, I gotta support this with my knee. Put this thing up against the bottom plate. When we get to the soldering part, that's when I'm actually gonna look good. Just right now, I can't do this. I could always mark something behind it, I guess, and use a ruler, but this is all like cuts that are in direct proximity to my freaking hand. And then because of the parallax, because the... Oh, fuck. That whole thing just moved and ruined my cut. Oh, man, I am livid. All right. Let's hope I can actually get a good cut on this. Like, I can try to go as parallel as possible, but it's going to do this before it actually hits its goal, so... Just have to see what that is. See what that turns out like. And I guess if it's inaccurate, it'll be kind of okay. The chamfers I should have put in front of the material, but yeah, now I got to do the 2 millimeter chamfers. And for the most part, I guess I can just kind of guess. I'm just going to guess. I'll get an actual straight edge though, because that'll make it a lot easier on me. If I really wanted to, I could... Why is there sticky stuff on this? Ah, gross. Disgusting. Hold on, I gotta clean this thing off. It's freaking everything requires... It's all yak shaving all the time. Welcome to my channel. This is where we shave yaks. I gotta go get a less abrasive cleaning solvent so I don't remove all the marks on the ruler. I got Windex. I'm gonna get Windex and paper towels. There's always something. Always something. Always something. There to remind me. Just sticky stuff on my ruler. It's like, who used this? I'm the only person here. It's all me. It's all me. You know, if I need to use the milling machine, I'm gonna be like, who the fuck didn't clean up the milling machine? It's me. It's always just me. It's always been me. It's all by my design. Is this the new meta? Streamer rubs his ruler. This is the new meta. I would expect it to be the new meta. Okay, no, that didn't work. There's still a... I don't feel right doing this in front of the camera. I don't feel right doing that in front of the camera. It's still, it's one of those persistent adhesives that where, like, if I use goof off, it would be gone. But if I use goof off, the markings on the ruler will go away as well. So now I get to try to remove the adhesive using Windex, and it's just spreading it out. Have I been away for a while? He moved the username board. What are you talking? It's been here for like 5 years. What? I'm sitting a little further away. I mean, that's the only like difference here. I'm on this camera because I'm just doing this. I'm just doing this stupid operation where I polish my ruler. Polishing your ruler on Twitch. There should be a section for this. They should make a new section for this sort of thing. It's hideous. You guys are so weird sometimes. Okay. Hopefully that gets rid of, because there was like, all right, so I'm a filthy person, right? I live in squalor, but like if I'm handling something that's supposed to feel like stainless steel and there's suddenly like something that catches your hand, like it's just, it ain't right. It ain't right. It was like really distracting. What did this get into? Maybe I need to clean off the top of that. It might be flux. Ugh. This is a little better than... Oh, I was going to hold up Red Bull and say this is better than spit. It's Windex at least. I'm getting it on my like fingers now. I think it's just like completely... now I'm never going to stop obsessing over this. Wipe it on my jeans. Ugh. Okay. All right. Now I can cut the corners, I think. Oh, yeah. All right. So, I mean, technically I could measure 2 millimeters from each corner and cut it, but I think I'm just going to play it by ear and then regret all of the decisions that I've made leading up into this. So, really, if I wanted to, how would this work? I could do that. That actually might be the right distance. If I can measure this, the equidistant thing from there, and then I could cut across this, but that's tough to do. I need to put the ruler on the larger piece. Because I don't think it is a 45-degree angle. So if I took that, and I measure like 2 holes by 2 holes, that gets me here. No, it's too big, though. Yeah, I'm just going to have to wing it. Actually, fuck that. Fuck that noise. We'll just clip its ears. I'll just clip it. Clip it. Yep, exactly. Flush cutters. That's too far. That's right, at least I can use this as a measuring form for the second one. I think I did too much on that one. Yeah, that one's too far. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna have to cut another one, but let's just see what the fit's like. Yeah, a little bit shorter. Flush cutters might be good for this entire thing, though. Try to here. You know what? I need to put a screw in this just so I can plan it out. These are some of the leftover hardware from the other one. Some of the leftover hardware. I'll just put screws in it just to hold it together. I want to make sure that I don't... God fucking damn it. Where could it possibly have gone? You know, you get a little wind in your sails, and then chat's of course gonna deflate them, but then you drop something and it goes directly into the cat dimension. Just that little bit of momentum. It's like the world senses it. And has to cut you down. It's gotta cut you down, chat. It's gotta cut you down. Everybody loves that story. Look at him, he's doing great. Certainly would be a shame if they were to have the wind knocked out of their sails. The fuck did that screw go? It's gone. It's completely gone. Huh, wow, that entered the cat dimension quite readily. Cause yeah, I don't see it nowhere. Okay. Back over. Nah, I don't know. They're just gone. Usually I'm pretty good at finding those, but that left pretty quickly. That's all right. That's all right. That's all right. That's all right. I can go grab that screw kit, but I don't need all of those screws immediately. I think these require the big screwdriver. I staple together the 3D print. So at least got something to riff off of here. And I can get these windows cut properly. Fuck. That should slide in. I could widen the hole a little bit, but it will not grip the threads. It'll spin freely once it kind of breaks its way through. I've done that before. I've done that before, Farhan, where you drop another thing just to see what the trajectory is, or see how far it can travel, etc. There's a possibility, and I've had screws fall and they've landed on that bench right there. 3 Mares is gifting a sub to Turtle Flower. Let's do it. Yeah, so I've done the redropping, and I've also done the flashlight on the floor thing. You do a flashlight on the floor, and then everything on the floor casts a huge shadow, and that can help you find objects that stick up. But yeah, redropping a similar object in order to plan its trajectory and get an idea of where it can go is actually really very useful. I've done that quite a bit. I have a weird talent for finding things that have fallen on the floor. I'm usually pretty adept at it, which is, I just gave up on that one very quickly, but... Turtle Flower, welcome to the board. Oh, 3 Mares with another gifted sub. Thank you for the other gifted sub to Amazonian Walrus. Search for my heart if you're so good. How many other screws have you lost this way? I don't know. Does everybody want to point out how dumb I am? Or bad I am? All right, I'm going to tighten up the camera a little bit here. It loves that little bit of dopamine they get. Thank you for both of these gift subs. To Amazonian Walrus and to Turtle Flower. They don't deserve it. No, they're fine. Oh, Walrus, what are you doing to Sorego? Who told you could do such things? It seems like our collision stuff is like almost on. It almost works, but not quite. You ain't wrong. No, I am wrong. I am wrong. You guys deserve all the gift subs. Welcome to the board. You're by Control 11011, Birdie Booster, Nappy. F is, I guess, silent. I really can't, like, Fnappy. I haven't seen Nappy in a little while. Distant Cacophony's there. Pen is stuck in printer. Ooh. All right, so back over to what we were doing. I'm trying to partially assemble this so that I can cut a little piece of grating that's going to fit in here. Now, I'm actually considering whether or not I want to invert this so that you get the hard edge on the outside and then the grating is on the inside. But that's something that I can tweak later. That's an easy enough operation for me to do in CAD. It's not one button. You know, I got to go back on what was extruded where, but I can change where the things were extruded from and the direction, and then that'll create basically the inversion of what's here already. And I think I'm going to do that, but for now, I would like to get this as the operational enclosure because everything can transfer over pretty easily. I still don't know if the distance here is correct, but once I make these little windows, I'll be in a better position, you know, to do the rest of that stuff. So yeah, that fits the width, and then I need to cut the height, and I tried doing the chamfer with the flush cutters, which works, but I cut it a little bit too far. The children. Think of the children. And actually, if I did invert the window, then it would not show my bad cuts as much. No, this is a little bit, so it's a little bit too long. Probably a micro file would have been better at that. Yeah, because now it's going to be crooked. Well, that fits in. It fits in, it's just a little bit clunky on the sides. So now I just need to refine my method for cutting this. I'm not good at this kind of stuff, guys. I don't know what makes one good at this kind of stuff. But I'm not whatever that is. I mean, my tolerance is 1 millimeter, like maybe a half a millimeter. That's maybe 1 millimeter. 1 millimeter tolerance in order to get all of this right. So I basically want the corners to look like this one, and then the dimensions are good. So if I can cut out 2 more of these, I should be all right. Yeah, practice dexterity and maybe good eyes. I think for me, it's slowing the hell down. I think that's my big. Hang up with this kind of thing. But also, I mean, planning for that inaccuracy, I could have made that cutout a little wider, and of course, inverting it so that it would be pressed up on the inside. So I've printed my sketches on paper in the past to use as a cutting template. That probably would have been a good idea. I probably could have done a lot better doing that. I don't know. Printers and this office are kind of on shaky terms, to be honest. So if I do this, and then 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 I gotta be real freaking careful here, because it's gonna move as soon as I try to cut it. So I'm gonna go real gentle with my knife. Shit, it moved. It moved a little bit. I don't know if I can trust my line anymore. But now that I've got that score line, I think what I can do is just bend this. Yep, and that'll just... Okay, so this stuff scores, which is really useful for me. I also did that with paper printers. Yeah, I could have also printed a cutting guide, something that I would just press this against and then cut. That would be a little bit extreme, though. I don't think I need quite that level of involvement. Let's check the side dimension. Check the cat dimension. That's so close. I want to file it. Check this dimension. That's so close. Actually, wait, that is on. Okay. Yeah, it is like the size, so I need to just barely reduce the sides. I really kind of want to use a file to do that, though. Maybe, yeah, maybe just a micro file. Actually, this one will work a little better. A little triangle file. Just give it a couple lashes here, and it might reduce the material to the point where it's actually going to reduce my fingernails is what's going to happen. Yeah, it's actually making way too much headway. That's what files are good for, though. Straighten out all your mistakes. You know what I'm talking about. All your mistakes. Okay, let's see. Ah, still too far. Yeah, file or sandpaper. Yeah, I just didn't think it was good for the material, but it seems like it's fine. I forget that you can use files on stuff other than metal. Yeah, it's just me. But it does help me do the very fine material removal. All right, so that fits too close, but it fits. This one needs just a little bit of massaging. Difference of the blade width, basically. Like this maybe is what sets the craftsman apart from us hobbyists, is actually being able to use files and stuff to do very slight adjustments. You just got your invite to order a 30 series card? From what, EVGA? I'm checking my email. Checking my email. No emails. Oh. Checking the Discord. No, there's nothing. Lucky. Sandpaper load up on soft materials, whereas a file you can clean a lot easier. Okay. Signed up for the EVGA thing months ago. Yes, so did I. All right, so I need to barely clip the edges. I'll just take a very, very small amount of material off the edge. And I can adjust that, I suppose, with the file. Like a cutting guide for this. Yeah, I mean, like an edge cutter or something. But now I'm being super careful because I screwed it up before. So more on those edges. More on those edges. Only got to do this 4 times. At least once I get these done, I can transfer them from one thing to the other. ClickSpring would have filed that down in 2 months. I know. ClickSpring would have made it from a full-sized sheet by only filing the edge until he got to the right shape. But he's way better at this than us, so, you know, we don't have really much ground to stand on. The file's actually removing a significant amount of material, to be honest. Ugh, geez, I gotta be careful with this thing every time. So this one needs to be more. I just don't want to overdo it. That's why I'm sneaking up to the numbers. Because if I overdo it, then there's a big visible gap. We don't want that. You guys don't want that. I don't want that. Nobody wants it. These two just a little bit more. All right, almost there. This will actually fit really nicely. If I don't screw it up right now. If I don't literally just slip. Yeah, that's true. He'll drill all of the individual holes with a wooden handle drill that he made 5 minutes ago from brass. That guy get a PhD yet for all that work that he did? Really should have. Should be Dr. ClickSpring at this point. Doctor. Well, that's a much better fit. That's a better way of doing it. It still needs a little tweaking, but it is pretty much there. I know, right? the spoon bit killed me. The fact that he made his own spoon drill was pretty ridiculous. So I'm hoping to hold that in with just like a little piece of, like a little bit of UV glue, possibly. I don't really want it to be on the outside. I mean, look, it's right up to the edge. That's why I need to invert where it is. Oh, and I got dust all over the 3D print. Let me just hit that edge a little bit. How do I get this out? How do I get this out of here? Eh. That looks overcut. Doesn't look like the right edge. Well, there's the fit. Be nice if I had a better way of attaching this, though. It's not like I have double-sided tape or anything. The problem is that this isn't very strong. So if I push that, it's gonna want to pop out, and I don't have something to go around the outside, in order to hold it in place, like a screw or something like that. That's why I think framing it the other way around would have been better, because then I could have had a big dollop of UV epoxy, and it wouldn't be very visible. But I need this as a cutting form for the second one. So let's make the second one now, and then we can worry about how we're going to attach them. I mean, I guess I could do all the CAD operations right now, and then I could do all the CAD operations right now, and then by the time I'm done making the other one, it'll probably be done printing. We'll just do it this way for now. I don't really want to draw this out too long. Oh snap! Wait a minute. That's almost the. But there's a problem because there's a. I could have used this piece. But there's a hole in it. So I guess I can't use it. Oh, that would have been good. That was like the perfect size too. I'll just cut the rest of this panel, I guess. Should I try to make this parallel, or should I go off of the measurement here? Probably should go off the measurement here. That could mean it's going to be off by a little bit. I should probably space that, but well, YOLO. The ruler's moving. Damn it. It's not going to be very accurate. That's okay though, because we can whittle it down now. We know how. We have that technology. See that? Look at that. The hole moved, or the line moved because I pushed the ruler. I'm not good at that, man. Following the ruler, like I guess you're not really supposed to hit up against the ruler, right? That's what ruined my cut. Go. Use the straightness of the blade to help. To what? Did I not make a line? Yeah, there it is. Just don't want to bend the material. Okay. Piece number 2. Check up on those dimensions. I said, there we go. That's pretty good. I think I need to just make it a little bit shorter. Ooh, I did the what gesture and I almost knocked over my soda. Do you ever feel like MacGyver? During festivals I did, because I had to fix stuff with literal baling wire and tape. Although I kind of rarely had a fix like that required those tools. I did have my soldering iron with me, and they often had inverters, so I was able to just charge up. This is a parallelogram. What the? This is a parallelogram. This is Chat. Chat. What the hell? The hell, chat? What is this? What is going on here? Hold on, let me give you guys a good view. As a country boy, that sounds like a normal day. Probably, yeah, probably is. Probably is. Probably is. Different strokes for different folks and all that. This is a parallelogram. This is how completely I've failed. I failed you and I failed me. I have produced parallelogram. All subs have to be automatic renewal. I thought it was control on how I spend subs when I have a little extra. No, I don't think so. I don't think it works like that. You know what? Honestly, I don't know. I don't know how it works. Maybe the lines just need to be straightened out if it's still the right size. Hold on, let's see if we can get this to line up. There it is, lining up. Yeah, I just need to trim it a little better. If you squint real hard, it looks good. Hey. No, I think it's okay. I just need to straighten up the lines, and I can't. Well, actually, that might be a little short as a result. Ugh. All right. Let me see what happens when I just make this a little bit more parallel instead of parallelo. Just, this is like finicky work. But it'll be worth it? Question mark? I don't know. I guess it'll be worth it. I wish I could. So materials like this, I don't know how to put stuff like this into Fusion 360. I don't know how to do that. There was one time that I tried to make a grating and I made holes and then I repeated the pattern of the holes and it completely destroyed the software. Like, it hated rendering that with the timeline and all that. I mean, it's possibly that I could make, it's possible that I could do it with like a texture or something like that, but not sure how to put material like that into here, into CAD. Let's see how that matches up. So pretty good there. Other side of it. Actually, what I could do in the future is put a square hole on the inset and then have the chamfer on the outside. And then I would have a spot to glue. I could glue the corners. All right, so both the ends seem to fit. All I need to do is just clip the corners a little bit. This one's a little bit weirder. It's a little bit off kilter, just because of the way I cut it. Ooh, that one's bad. Holy shit, I almost got it. Holy shit! Ah. Oh, that first try. Yeah, I think what I should have done is done a square cutout on the inside and then left the chamfers, but then that would have meant that this edge for this thing, the printer would have had to go out and around and back, and that could actually be a little weird. Disabling the display of profiles can help when the performance, when you make the pattern with a lot of circles and squares. But I don't want to. But I like the way it looks. I guarantee. I think there are better ways to do it, though. To do like pattern stuff like that. I just need to trim this one. I don't know how to get this out to trim it. How do I get this out to trim it? I can... eh. Okay, that's all I need. Yeah, I'm same boat, man. I understand. I'm in the same boat. I don't know much about Fusion 360. It seems like with Fusion, it's always like, why doesn't Fusion do this? And then it's like, oh, it does. I just didn't know how to do it. I'm sure there's a way to do material like that because engineers love these kinds of things, right? Now, I don't know how this is going to hold up for like removing the top and then putting it back on with the grating there. Oh God, I'm getting dust all over it. I would like to glue it in place. I'll have to figure that out. Or maybe I can just leave these to be friction fit for the prototype, and then I can invert the side that this sits on so that it's sitting inside of the thing, and then maybe either it'll sit in there with pressure and I don't have to mess around with it from there, or I can glue it on from the other side. I'm not gonna glue these in. I'll just pressure fit them for now. They'll probably pop out as soon as I put this thing onto the back straight, onto the substrate. But in SolidWorks, I know you can make templates for things. I'd be surprised if you could, the Fusion 360. Yeah, or I was thinking that maybe it would be a matter of like doing it like a texture, or you could build a separate part that doesn't have a history. Because I think what really slowed it down was that it had to keep the rolling history for 10,000 hexagonal holes. I really hiccuped a lot while trying to say that. Okay, so here are the two good ones. Put this one over in the graveyard. This width is still applicable because I just need a square piece of it in order to produce. Okay, if I could, you know, if. Okay. 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 Welcome to my. Oh, bother tries to pick something up off of the base of his. Okay, there, I got it. The whole stream, 5 hours of me doing this. Why did I just put it down like that? Because now I can't. All right. Now I. Fuck. Okay. All right. Okay, I just need to. Just. Okay, careful. And then put the other finger under it. Ha! Ha ha! I figured it out. Linear patterns for holes like that in SolidWorks. You can do linear pattern in 2 durs in SolidWorks and then do all that in one step. Interesting. Well, I'll have to figure that out in a way that doesn't completely destroy the computer trying to do it. Oh man, this is in the wrong dimension in both dimensions. Fantastic. All right. So, I mean, I could approximately measure it, or I could just take 14 1/4, which is what this is. Yeah, 14 1/4. And then I'll just take that off of the end here. Somehow, this is like the least accurate way that I could do this. Nope. Nope. If I could actually see what I'm doing here. The score mark is barely visible, but maybe I can do it on the microscope. I can actually see it from here, but focus the camera. Yeah, I can kind of see that score mark. It's not amazing, but if I can see that it is midway through this hole, then I can put it, and it looks like it's crooked. It is very crooked. So let's go through this row and just go all the way across on that row and ignore the other scoring marks. Just barely, come on. Now the knife is going to have a little width, so it's going to be off from where I'm holding this, but at least it's a very thin knife. What do you mean by does Fusion not have assembly? Like you can assemble different components. Is that what you mean? I don't know what SCAD is. That a different program? Is that a program that makes patterns like that? I gotta be real careful about this, because every time I try to make a cut, it wants to move the material, which means what I've found is that I'm cutting from a lower angle. Yeah, we're talking about fusion. It's just like... Okay. One piece, 14 point something, 25 millimeter. Hey, that's pretty good. I'm actually pretty happy with that. All right, new method, use the microscope. Do mark there. No, I can't do that. I need to do it from the same side on both ends. Shit, what did I do? I did it like this. Okay, so like that, and then try to put a score. Well, actually, I don't need that because the holes will keep me parallel. So I could just use the one. I could just use the one thing. It's GNU plus Linux as I adjust my Fedora. All right, let's see here. So take that, and I'll put this over here. Ah, I lost it. Where's my mark? Okay, there it is. So I'm just using the holes. Don't most CAD programs model things the same way with constructive solid geometry? I'm not totally sure about that. I mean, I've been an AutoCAD user for, since I took a 101 course on it. There are differences between the way different CAD programs work. I mean, if you're talking about the difference between like Blender and AutoCAD, yeah, but engineering CAD software, from my understanding, you draw and then you extrude, although it could differ quite a bit between programs. I have limited experience in that. As an engineer, you should be a jack of all trades and be able to hop from CAD to CAD, but that's not to say that you should be practicing on every CAD program, because it's like cost prohibitive. How do you even do that? Some of these people don't have demos. They expect the company to purchase their software, and that's that. So it's kind of tough out there. And of course, if you try to get recommendations, everybody's going to recommend everything. So even in our limited discussion about Fusion, we have been suggested several other CAD programs. So, but they all have their strengths and weaknesses, and so one that is strong in equation-based modeling is likely to be making patterns like this easier than one that is sort of the drawing, extrusion, and history-based one, which is where we're having problems in Fusion making stuff like that. The other thing about it is that it might just be a capability that we don't know of, the people who are discussing that topic. It just takes one person in chat knowing how to do it, and perhaps nobody does. Or maybe using the patterns like Din suggested is the way to do it. I've tried some stuff. I haven't tried a lot. I tried to make it hexagonal grid pattern in Fusion, and it slowed down the computer quite a bit. And it might have been just that I had, like, if I turn off the history and then I do that pattern, maybe it'll help it a little bit. That's all. So this isn't an end-all be-all discussion on how CAD programs work. I did 3 out of 4. Oops. Probably could take a little bit off of those, a little bit more off of those to make them fit. And it looks like I can, at least for... Well, that fits beautifully if these two were a little shorter. Hold on a sec. Shorter and lurkier, right? Yeah, I'm off by like 1 hole, so I can do that with the flush cutters. Oof, that might be a little too much. Nope, wasn't enough. It was not too much enough. I'm like removing my middle finger's nail while doing this. You probably save your whole pattern as a part. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Well, I mean, you could just work on it in a separate file and drag it into your new file, and then it doesn't have to worry about the history of that part. I don't know if you can push and pull the surfaces as you'd like to. Yeah, I'll have to try that sometime. This is like not removing the material in the way that it used to. Maybe it's just my impression of it. So I gotta cut these little corners just a little bit. Pop. That was almost too much. I wanted to finish this today so we can actually have, like, you know, a project complete under our belts. Fuck. Dropped it. Drop it. Drop it. Okay, let's see here. Drop that in there. It still doesn't fit because I need to remove just a little bit of material off of that one part. Then I think it'll fit. Actually, wait, which dimension is it? What dimension are you from? X, Y, or Z? I am the wire, but I am tripper. Okay, let's remove a little bit over there. Yeah, because it's off by a little bit. I think maybe shorter strokes are the way to go with this. Yeah, that seemed to bite in a little bit more. So get that done. Get it done so that this thing fits. A little bit more off of the corner. Hey, look at that. That's a pretty good fit. And it's got a little bit of friction. A little bit of friction, so it's not going to fall out immediately. I may have to use just a little tiny bit of glue on this. I'm not totally certain about that. I removed two of my fingertips when I was honing my hand plane blade, slowly rubbing them off. Jesus Christ, that sounds horrifying. No, all I'm doing is filing my nails. I mean, I can feel that very clearly. Ugh, can't imagine removing digits, so to speak. So what's it gonna look like? That's what I'm curious. I'm not gonna wait until the end like I should. Yeah, I probably should control the shape of the windows a little better by having the grid be inside. Fuck. I have gone down to, I think, cartilage before, and that was on this thumb when I was angle grinding motor mounts for the Porsche 944 LS1 project. It went right through the glove. I was like, neat. I went and got it treated. All right, let's get a better shot of that because it's hard to see. Ah! Get your face out of my face, chat. Jeez, let me lower the light first. More like angry grinders? Yeah, I know. There's never a more hateful tool has been created in the pantheon of car work as the angle grinder. It separates the boys from the men, and it really is one of the most frightening tools. As you should be afraid of it. Do not think that it is more manly to not be afraid of the angle grinder. The angle grinder is a frightening fucking tool, and it should always be revered like it is about to chop you in fucking half, because it is. It'll eat you. It won't even bat an eye, too. No more complete a tool is there at proving that you are in fact the softest thing in the shop than an angle grinder. So yeah, this is, I mean, it looks like a child drew these windows. They're a little weird. But I'm willing to live with them if you guys are. I'm going to put this together like this for now, and then I can figure out printing it so that the lines have kind of like a border on them overlapping. And that way the grids will be inset a little bit. But I mean, you know, hey, it's a little contrast in there, but it also provides a nice, what is that phenomenon called when you look through two patterns and then you see the same pattern, but it's expanded? There's a name for that. You can see a larger whole pattern in the alignment of these. Mori effect? Yeah, there's a nice Mori effect that we're getting looking through this thing. It's like those wicker or those chairs with the grid pattern on, or the hole pattern on them. Those old wicker chairs. Anyway, that will allow air to sneak in and out enough so that I think everything will be nice and cool. So let's get the thermal imager in here, and I can undo the wiring and redo it. I don't know how to say it, man. I can't. The E with a little dash over it, I don't know what to do with that. My brain don't work like that. Eye on the wire, but okay, let's see. So again, the holes are 3 millimeter or whatever, actually 1.5 or 2, I forget. Whatever the thread size this thing is, it's plus and minus 0.2, so that the plus 0.2 doesn't grip and the minus 0.2 does grip, so that the threads have something to grab into on the 3D printer. And that allows them to be proper holes. And then 0.2 is about the tolerance that I need. If I want something, like if I want the screws to be flush, I can give them a millimeter plus 0.2 and then it'll be flush. It's not that the printer's off by 0.2, it's just the inaccuracy of the thing. Moray? Okay. Moray. You guys wanted to have a fan in here. It's not going to happen. All right, so let's get. Now this is the good imager, so I need to get this out of here and I need to get it to a safe place until we're ready to put it in. See, the previous design had just the vertical. I mean, Jesus Christ, these things are like miniature liminal. Is it luminal? I think it's liminal spaces. It's like subliminal, liminal space. Liminal space. There's a subreddit for it. I forget what the exact explanation is, but man, it's like areas like this. Like if these were person-sized, fills you with a sense of unease. So I need to pop this thing out without damaging it at all, which is usually pretty possible because it does it on its own. I could pretty much look at this thing crooked and it will fall out. I just don't want to stress out those little clips at all. You guys have seen how damaged the other one is. And then it just hops out, like inverting itself. All right, I'm just going to put it here. Actually, you know what? I'll put it here and then close the lid. Ha ha! You are now protected. Superliminal? Was that the one where you could like change the sizes of spaces and stuff? Is that what that one was? That game? Thank you, Solitary Leaf. It turned out nicely. I mean, having a good tuned up printer is the big difference between all these. I think I need new screws because these screws, like, they're made out of pure cheese, and pure cheese is not, like when you screw something in with them, it kind of damages the screws. Plus, whoever made the circuit board for this thing, man, those guys could really have given us a little bit more leeway, a little bit more wiggle room in all these connections. So let's get this desoldered and ready to go. I'm going to replace the wires with more reliable wires. God, if this doesn't fit, I'm going to be annoyed. If it doesn't fit, I'm going to be annoyed. Yeah, I'm not going to use these wires on the other one. Cheese screws like IKEA. I know. Those little locks in IKEA. Ugh. But then I mean, honestly, like the metal components of IKEA barely even need to be metal. It's just like the fact that metal is cheap is the only reason that they're metal. Like with IKEA, like everything is going into plywood. So how strong is the plywood really? Ooh, big hiccup in the middle of that. weird sticky stuff on the bottom of this? Don't think they planned on anybody removing it. No, they never really do. Yeah, with electronic stuff, never really do. Okay, we got the big iron tip on here, which I guess is good for removing stuff. With the big iron on my tip. That sounds different. That sounds different than what it should be. Big iron on my tip. Okay. Get a little bit of this, a little bit of that. I think I actually need I need a higher light angle. My arm blocks the light, which is why I need this extra light to be over here. All right, let's see. Doot. And then we're coming in from up here so I don't disturb whatever this chip is. Eye on the wire. Oop, nope, come on. Nope. It's just not gripping the thin wire. Also, there's a little bit of a lip here that I'm not happy about. Do that. I didn't make this flat enough to the vise surface. Hold on. It's really getting on my nerves, actually. I'd show you this in thermals, but this is the thermals. I can't show you this. Yeah, it's veneer over cardboard most of the time. I mean, you can't beat the affordability. Why is this so disgusting? I'm gonna give this thing a little bit of a acetone bath. I got new foam Q-tips, so I can do that pretty nicely. Once I desolder this. It's like there's like gunk on this. I don't know how that happened. Oh, you know what? Maybe it's because I tried to tape it directly to the. No, I didn't do that. Why would there be that there? I keep hitting stuff on my desk. My arm is up against the calipers right now. I don't want it to be. Yeah, come here. Come here. Yeah, the more I do soldering, the more viewers I get, apparently. I should do a lot more soldering on stream. It's just my genuine guarantee to you guys is that it needs to be justified, you know? All right, this is ground plane, so I don't even know if that. See, there, whoever put that resistor right there is on my shit list. Look at that resistor right there. That's like right where my soldering iron is hanging out. Soldering is like, hey, you guys hanging out? I'll hang out. It's like, dude, get out of there. All right, so God, there's just stuff in my way today. Everything move out of my way. Streamer angry. I should probably have gotten the one not with this Molex, but the one with a smaller connector on it, because I got to be careful with this Molex that's sitting right here. I would believe it, Dins. I would believe it. I believe you. I believe you. You don't got to prove nothing to me. I know. I know what you're up to. All right, come on, flux. Ugh, there we go, man. Wait, did it just knocked out of the tip? I don't know where that flux went. Okay. Extrude. Only really need to tap a little tiny bit of flux to these. I don't need a ton of flux. We're only trying to get at these big pads here with the big soldering iron. The reason I'm using the big pads, well, the reason I'm using the big soldering iron is because these pads go through the entire board. And it's going to be a little bit difficult for me to desolder these in preparation of putting larger flexible wires on them. And I may grab some of the wire, I may grab some of the silicon jacketed wire, because I'll be able to at least color code the pins for that. So, desoldering braid. If you guys don't know about desoldering braid, sorry, I'm trying to say it like the Brits. Desoldering. God, that is so clumsy. Desoldering. You might as well just slur over the consonants. Desoldering braid, Jesus Christ, is literally exactly what's on the tin, right? Literally exactly what's on the tin. This is a braid whose actual surface area is a lot larger than the width and height and whatever, because it's made out of individual strands. These individual strands are designed to utilize surface tension in order to wick away. It's also called desoldering wick, to wick away
the solder on a joint. Now, here's the thing. You need that solder to flow freely onto the copper. So all the manhandling that I just did with all of my fingies on there is going to deposit finger oil on this. Now, some of them have embedded flux. I don't know if this stuff does. Chemtronics is just a brand that I've been using, and I like them. I've been using them for some time. Sometimes you need flux, sometimes you don't. But if you're having trouble with this, flux and more heat. Those are the two answers. Yet they have to enunciate every nuance of aluminium. I'm sorry, but where are all those extra I's? Whoever put that resistor there was like, flux you. Probably. All right, let's see. Yeah. We've determined already that both are correct, so everything else is splitting hairs. What? Oh man, I can't. I'm not a jukebox. I don't know. I can't. Yeah, we might have to use the solder sucker on this just because I can't. You know what it is? It's the lip. I've got this thing clamped too low. Actually, no, it is above. Yeah, that's above. So I should be able to do this. Afraid of using it and lifting a pad. Yeah, that's the tough part. You know, like all things, it's practice. A little bit of practice, a little bit of luck. I think I need a little more flux. I think I do actually need to bathe this. But streamer, you just said to not use any flux, and now you're saying to use flux? Why are you so inconsistent? Okay. And I might add a little solder. I might add a little solder to these just to open them up a little bit more. Even though I did just recently solder this, the blunt tip of this soldering iron is also very difficult to work with in this scale, but I need it because there are big ground planes, and I just don't think they designed these very very friendly towards the engineer. So adding a little solder, waking it up, adding a bunch of flux, waking it up, that's going to really help me here. Let's just see if I can overcome gravity to remove the solder here. Now, sometimes it helps to expand the wick. I don't know if I need to be doing that here. I'm not really sure. I ain't certain. Ugh, I just screwed it up. I think the solder sucker might be the better tool. See, that one went perfectly. Can I see through that? Yeah, the lighting changed. Okay. That one worked perfectly. The question is whether I can get another one of these to work perfectly. And that was the magic of flux. Laying the iron out to get as much heat in there as possible, as quickly as possible. And then pulling the flux often helps. Pulling the braid. And that didn't do anything. I don't see any discernible difference. The problem is the heat might not be getting down into there in order to flow over that. So I'm going to clean the iron off, and I'm going to add a little bit of solder to that pad so that there is plenty of material in there for me to heat up. Now, instead of just depositing solder quickly, I'm going to hold it there for a little bit. I'm going to make sure that whole via got that heat. This is getting kind of wasteful of my solder braid, isn't it? Well, I just ordered a bunch, so this stuff feels a little weirdly stiff, and I think it's because it has stuff in it. Jiggy with it. All right, so nice flat onto the pad. You can see it wick out. Give it time to work. It didn't work. It's doing the same thing every time. Yeah, it's having trouble. All right, I'm going to use the solder sucker on this. You win some, you lose some. Make sure that these are convex. There's probably a whole bubble of solder below all these. But use the Engineer SSO2 with the Star Trek font. Okay, in there, heat it up. Give it a second to flow all the way down. Suck! You son of a bitch! What the deuce? What is going on here? What is that? What happened? There we go. That's the suck. All right, that's working better for these holes. So one or the other, the solder braid or the sucker. Let it heat up, and then shloomp. Clean. All right, cool. So those are the 4 holes. Now what I'm gonna do is take a little bit of goof off, and I'm going to use basically a Q-tip. It's basically a Q-tip. Yeah, man, you know it. You know it. So I got these. I wonder if they're gonna be any good. God, they're so sealed. It's like they're made for a clean room. These are smaller than the other ones, so they might not hold as much material, but... Okay, all right, this is getting stupid. This is getting stupid. It came in this bag. In this bag. In these bags. Is there another bag? How many bags is it gonna be? When can I get to these things? Jesus Christmas. Oh my God. Get the scissors. Perfect. Yeah, individually bagged as well. Single use only, individually bagged. Let's wrap that banana in plastic. Too much packaging. God, I'm too lazy to do this one though. Bag Sag. Wait, what does that mean? Okay, so cleaning. I use this stuff. You can use whatever you want. Acetone works. Isopropyl alcohol works. Point is, something like this, the acetone-based ones, they like to eat plastics. You don't want to give them a lot of time on your stuff to eat that plastic. Certain plastics are, of course, resistant to it, but ooh, these are, they're okay. These will do all right. Can't really like roll them like I could Q-tips. A little plastic thing helps, but I'm too traumatized to go back to the GBA screen. Yeah, see, these like deteriorate very quickly, huh? Seems like the larger ones are better for that. It's like a waste of plastic. It's got a whole like plastic stick. I don't know if I like that. I might go back to Q-tips because Q-tips are at least paper. Paper's way more renewable. Even if they do leave behind like little hairs sometimes, I can clean with them much better than this. These foam things. Yeah, I think I'm sold on not using the foam things. Maybe I'll use these to mix epoxy every now and then, but I use Q-tips for that too. Yeah, not Q-tips with plastic sticks. I mean Q-tips with paper sticks, rolled up paper stick. You want to look for that. I don't want to be responsible for this fucking shit in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, you know? This is dumb. This is just dumb. All right, well, either way, we got rid of the flux, and I got to try these things out. They were cheap, but that's not a justification. I know Q-tips leave fibers, but I can at least like blow the fibers away. This is a piece of plastic that's going to be around forever, so ugh, no thanks. No thank you. And it came in like 6 different plastic bags. Terrible. Terrible. All right, so that's this cleaned up and ready for rework. Yeah, I don't know if it works like that. I don't think I could just put it through my printer. I don't think it works like that. Okay, so the next thing to clean up is this piece, which is the USB port. Now, the thing about the USB port is that one of the signal lines does not go over to the other side. Maybe multiples. Yeah, multiples. I want to be able to plug this thing in upside down, so I probably want to keep, as ugly as they are, I probably want to keep these wires that go off into the other direction. Ugh, man. Yeah, this is a tough one here. Because this breakout board doesn't pull the line over to the other side. So what can I do about this? Let me see. Like debating whether or not I could like drill it through to the other side, but so I forget which one is which too. I need to figure out which signal is which on this. So I guess either I need to look it up or yeah, of course, see that broke immediately. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about with this setup. All right, I guess I'm gonna start the wiring over on this, which will be kind of difficult. Bump, 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 bump. I'll just start it over. Hopefully I'll find some good good wire to replace it with, but I do need to have space for the wire to loop around the board because certain connections are not being made here. All right, hold on. Gotta position myself properly. Okay, there it is. This one, remove this one, remove this one, remove this one. So we just need regular USB from this, but I also need it to be double-sided as it was previously. But the problem is that this breakout did not connect the double-sided components of USB 3, which, you know, I would have hoped that it did that, but it didn't. So there's some things that I had to bridge. One of them being a ground to another ground, which is this one right here. That's what this wire is doing, this little rework. And then I guess the other one is, yeah, these 3. And then on the other side, some of them are taken over to both sides. I think this ground has a via in it right there. So that ground goes through the via to the other side, but then this one doesn't. It was a weirdly put together breakout board. It just was one of 2 that I could find online. There were like 2 breakout boards total. So let's see. So do I have data on this in thermals? Yeah, it doesn't look like I do. Would have called it like thermal enclosure folder or something like that. You got to really save this data in one place, and I didn't do that. So let's see. Jesus Christ. Every time I move my hands over to my keyboard, I'm knocking over a can of something, and I wasn't sure which can it was. I did close this one, but still having it make a can knocking over feel a noise really, my heart didn't enjoy that. All right, USB-C breakout board. Just make sure you don't drink the acetone. Orange flavored. Delicious. Images. I mean, honestly, I really should have gotten like one of these, even though that one's significantly larger. Then all the pins would have been labeled and pulled out to the right places. But instead, I opted for this fucking thing, which is torture in and of itself. At least it means that I don't have to cater for the width of the breakout. So that means that, like, this one is even more efficient than the other one, and it only breaks out the USB. But for some reason, on this end, they decided to make it a ridiculous thing. So what I've done is I've designed the 3D print around this by taking this into the CAD model. Of course, the only thing that I took into the CAD model was the shape of that USB board so that we could do the physical enclosure around it. So I don't have any of the identity of the pins or what needs to be run where. Now, I have seen tutorials. I've seen tutorials, chat. Boy, have I seen tutorials on like actually running wires from thing to thing on designs. You can do a 3D Bezier like curve wire thing and then actually like run an extrusion along that path. Oh, hey, Soar C10, thank you for following. Run it along that path and you can plan out where your wires are supposed to go and stuff. That's beyond my pay grade. That's way too much for me, so. Yeah, so there's the bottom of the enclosure. So what I need to do is I need to run wires from this side over here, which is actually a little bit further from this line. It's basically in this space. And I got a debate. I have the master debate of all time. I need to figure out where I want those wires to run. And I think I want them to run up on the top here, like up top, so that they're not interfering with the airspace behind the chip. I don't think that's really all that crazy necessary or required. I don't think I need to really cool this above and beyond the Call of Duty, but it would be nice if I could keep those wires kind of suspended up in the right-hand side of the camera so that there's airflow down here. What's basically going to happen is heat is going to go upwards, and I might get heat pooling up here, but it should hopefully go out the sides, and then cool air is going to come in and fill in the difference from the bottom. But who knows? Who knows? I mean, I think the amount of air exposure that this thing is going to get presently should be enough. And at a later date, I will invert that lip so that the lip is on the inside and the grating is on the out, or so that the grating is on the inside and the lip is on the outside, so it has a sharper edge. Okay, so let me go back to this and figure out what the hell is going on with this part. All the links are Adafruit. I don't think it's an Adafruit product, is it? Maybe it is. Maybe it is. I would suggest if you guys wanted to add USB-C to something, you find this style breakout, the one with the screws on either side, so you can actually screw it down to something. USB-C is wonderful in that if you get the right end mill, all you need to do is drop the end mill in and drag it across, and then you have a USB-C slot in something. But you can have opposing screws that's going to hold on the port, and you just dedicate the space to that. You can do screws, you can do plastic pegs. Either one works. In this case, I'm working with this mofo. Technical details. Okay. Looks similar, blah, blah, blah. Really? Really? Okay, they link you to the app note in order to tell you what to do. I guess that helps because we get this, which is the pin location designation guide. And I guess VBus is VBus is the pin. This is what we are connecting to the other side because they didn't bother to do that with the breakout board. I think they ran out of layers on the board, to be honest. So I did a little alteration and I ran one from one end to the other end. On the other side here, we have ground. Ground is actually being pulled over to the other side of the board by virtue of the fact that this USB-C slot has anchor pins. So that was the wrong view. So the anchor pins of this thing actually work as, they basically work as a jumper from here to here. And so the ground pins are all grounds. So we can be sure that ground is already handled for us. Ground can be easily easily accessed through this right here. Now, all of these other data pins I don't need, but what I want is the ambidextrous VCC, V plus, and V minus. So A6 is D minus, A7 is D plus. No, wait. A6 is D plus. A6 is D plus, A7 is D minus. And then on the other end, they crisscross. Make you jump, jump. The Mac Daddy make you jump, jump. Yeah, and they crisscross, and they're, you know, whatever. If you flip it over and you plug it in, it still works. So you can see VCC here goes to there, and then it flips over to the other side, where it also still just goes to the same VCC pin on over there, but then over here, that VCC goes into this pin, and then goes over to this VCC. So, I mean, technically, I didn't have to do the jumper. I may not have had to do the jumper. I'm not sure about that. I don't know if the specification states that that needs to be connected in the connector. I don't know. What are you talking about? The CC pins? CC pins. Like CC1 and CC2? Why? Long time ago, the Irish started drinking either. What, turpentine? What? What are we talking about here? No, so the CC pins pulled. Wow, what does that enable? To tell it that it's the a device? Would that be for like hooking up to a cell phone? Oh. CC pins pulled the ground through a 5.1K resistor to be USB 2.0 compliant. Pulled to, what'd you say? You said ground, right? Drinking turpentine. Looks like I'm here at the right time. This groovy keels over. Let's see. So CC1 and CC2 are on pins A5 and B5. So if I were to take A5, why does it have to be ground? Because I could sneak a resistor here. See, I can't use any space above this PCB. Yeah, double check on that if you want, because I'd like to know if I really should do that. I mean, the webcam works fine without it being USB 2 compliant. There's no change in operation between it being on USB whatever, USB-C or not. But I could do like a 5.1K here. Well, I only have up to here, I think. I think actually here is where the cutoff is. I'll have to test. I'll have to put it in the case in order to find it. But where's B1, 11? Oh, Jesus Christ, where is this? It'd be B5, which is like right frickin' here. That's B3. That might be B5, because that's B6. Actually, let me look at the pins. It's B12. Wait, B12 should be ground. Well, are they really? Oh, B2. Okay, B2. B2 TX2 plus. So B2. B1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That would be this one. I need to run to a resistor. Jesus. Those pins are used for power negotiation. So if they're floating, you could in theory put 24 volt or whatever it is through VBus. I don't think you will though, because no, it defaults to 5 before it does VBus. Like you need to negotiate before it'll put 24 volts through something. There needs to be a handshake there. For those of you that don't know, USB 3 as a standard can carry a lot of watts. That's why there are multiple V plus and ground pins on this thing. But they will not just blow up your device. They won't just put 24 volts through a device. It's going to default to 5 volts until there is a digital negotiation on these special pins in order to figure out what kind of power you want. So it needs to have this little handshake where it can say, hey buddy, like I'm going to need like way more than 5 volts because I'm pretty cool. Unfortunately, it's just below the amount of watts that Connect needs in order to function. I don't know about the 24 volt standard. Maybe I could bump that down and get extra current. But it'd be cool to be able to run, you know, a connect directly from USB 3. But anyway, USB 3 negotiates the amount of power that you get. And there are boards that you can buy. They're fairly rare. There's only like 2 or 3 that you can buy that actually have a chip on it that will negotiate power. So okay, hold on. Basic USB Type-C current capabilities are default USB, 500 milliamp for 2, blah, 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 1.5 amp at 5 volts, 3 amps at 5 volts. Default. 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 By default, only one set of DXRs pairs use, okay, blah, blah, blah. Default. 56K, 30, blah, 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 current source. RF pull-up resistors on a downstream facing port must be connected with both CC1 and CC2. What if they're not? CC1 and CC2 pins are critical for basic USB Type-C operations. Resistors are attached to the CC pins in various configurations depending on whether the application is a downstream facing port, a DFP, upstream facing port, UFP, or an electronically marked active cable. We are we a DFP? Yeah, USB is kind of silly. RP pull-up resistors on downstream facing ports. RD pull-down resistors on, what the fuck? Upstream facing ports. RA pull-down resistor on electrically marked active cables. What does it even mean? Current supplying capability. But for us, we are downstream. Wait, did I just look up downstream? Hold on. Current source, value of the resistor selected advertises the current supplying. So downstream is supplying. We are upstream. Yeah, see, this is why I don't listen to chat. Not to single anybody out. Upstream facing connected valid RP resistor ground voltage on CC1 blah 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 USB Type-C charging. I'm getting a back cramp. I don't know why. Owie owie owie. I don't know, man. Either way, plugging it in, it's been okay. I don't. If I maybe I can get a big surprise plugging it into. I feel like that's really irresponsible of them if they need a default. Otherwise, they're going to cook your device. Because the USB standard is traditionally 5 volts, so why not default to that? Yeah, the verbiage is really bad, you're right. But I mean, I'm just going to leave it the way it is, because the ports that I'm plugging this into are not capable of supplying 24 volts. Cable orientation detection. I don't need this. I just want it to be reversible. Maybe some of the more hardcore standards would be able to detect what direction your cable is in and then use all of the wires if the cable was properly like segregated into every individual wire. I thought that though in the connector it was like shared. Okay, so yeah, I just want to make sure that this is reversible. So I need an appropriate amount of wire. This is looking pretty sloppy. It's just because it's flux. There's just flux all over that. I need ground. I need power. I need fuel. I need fire. And then I need cables that go from one side to the other. And I think I want to use the larger wire just because it's more clear what's going on. I don't know if I really need this connection here, just simply by virtue of the fact that the V+ wires will probably connect in the cable. I'll leave that in there. I almost feel like I could just use a piece of like copper tape in order to create a trace on top of that. But either way, that little piece of wire, we'll leave it alone for now. But I need a small wire that I can use. Now, the scale of all this stuff is so eeny-weeny, little itty-bitty tiny that it makes my donger look like... Okay, anyway, this stuff is so small that I need small wire to go with it, and I don't know if this stuff is going to be small enough. Plus, it's actually very old wire. But let's take a look. Yeah, see, it's like enormous. It's enormous. So if I can find silicon jacketed wire that's this size, we can suffer through that and hopefully make it work. Let me see what I can dig out of the back of the shop here, because I do have very small silicon jacketed wire. I don't know what else I have. I don't want to use solid core because that's going to end up whittling away as we sort of manipulate these components into position. But I guess if it's all I got, I mean, I should have some thinner wire somewhere. I should be able to find this. We should be able to deal with this. I should have the parts to be able to deal with this sort of thing. How's everybody's Friday going? Yeah, here it is. This is the stuff that I would use. How's everybody's Friday going? Is everybody doing something productive? I know I am. I'm hoping to get to OctoJ's things today. Hoping. I don't really know. I don't have time to set up for gaming. I really wanted to do Long Drive this weekend. Long Drive is just some of the most scuffed gameplay. Playing some Valheim. I've wanted to do that as well. I need to get the save file from the friend of mine. I would love to do a Valheim stream, although that's maybe a little weird to just throw you guys into my Valheim world. But keyboard prototype PCBs. That sounds awesome. Happy flip-flop day. Wait, what is it? Wait, is it the number of like a famous flip-flop? You nerds. Upstream is the 5.1. Upstream, downstream confused. Yeah. I would love to do a little bit of gaming streaming. But I don't think my Saturday is going to be conducive towards doing a game stream. I've got kind of like a full week going on here. It's a little... You should go on a picnic. It's International Picnic Day. Dude, it's beautiful out there, and I'm stuck in here with you weirdos. It takes a little bit of setup for me to do a gaming stream. This is not the PC that I game on. So I need to... daysoftheyear.com. They got one for everything, don't they? I would need to get the HDMI cable, roll it out, plug it into here, and then get my sound figured out, which any of a number of things can happen to the sound. That means I wouldn't be able to get people on Discord during it. Do a cyber picnic with the weirdos. You'll tune in, and I'm lying down with the 2-ear microphone, and I'm going, "Hey, chat, what's going on with it?" And it's just my butt is the back of the shot, and I'm just like, "Oh, chat, hey, how you doing?" And I'm on a picnic blanket. I know you weirdos would want that. All right. So anyway, I don't know what the... That was inevitable. I don't know what the deal is with the standard. I'm not going to run these resistors. And there's ants all over. I don't know. It didn't. You got weird fantasies. Just single them out because he said anything. Let's use the wire that I found. It might be a little bit large for the purposes that we're trying to, mold it to. But I think it'll be good to have the giant Fisher-Price. Don't kink shame me. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that. It might be a little large for our purposes. It might get in the way, but it's part of the device. I feel like if I were a manufacturer, I would want one of those little orange PCBs with 4 wires on it. Do I have one? Man, wouldn't it be cool if I found one of those little PCBs and I was able to do it point to point? What the hell is that window? Oh God, there's still a Windows Update window open on this computer. That's a dangerous way. We're gonna ignore that. We're gonna ignore that Windows Update for now. All right, let's do some of this soldering then. So the wire that I've chosen, you have chosen this wire. That's actually a lot larger than I thought it would be. So like I said, it's gonna be giant Fisher-Price wiring. My problem is that I gotta double up the wires on these because I can't just do like a little crossover here. If I do it with the motor wire, it's that much more annoying to put together, and it makes this whole thing kind of a mess. So if I do it with the big wire, that even makes it worse. Oh man, come on. I need other like pads that I can use to run these wires to and fro. I think, okay, so here's what I'm thinking I might do. I might do motor wire directly to the pins over here, and then run that up and over and around, and then go directly to the pins on the other side. That's a tough bit of soldering. Zekus. Thank you for subbing for 5 months. Appreciate that. Let's put you up on the board. Up on the board you go. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to use the motor wire. I hate to do that. I guess I can reuse pieces of it, but it's just too clunky otherwise. But I need flexible wire to be between the camera and the USB port. There he goes. The Zek placed immediately. I predict it'll be right here. Like I said, right here. Yep, right here. Without a doubt, right here. Right here. Right here. See, told you. First time. Zekus, welcome to the board. Hereby, I'm so hungry, daddy. Well, doesn't that just describe Twitch chat? And Warpaint, and Electric Havoc, and another fat guy. All kinds of good names. Thank you for subbing for 5 months. All right. Back to this stupid breakout board. This breakout board has been the source of much aggravation in my life. Much aggravation in my life. Just because of all the weirdnesses of working with this USB standard. So I guess what I can do is use the the magnet wire to go from one end to the other, because it needs to be small. It needs to be very small. But I just don't want it to be sloppy. And having multiple layers of this stuff is really annoying. But this stuff is lacquered, so let me get this small iron on the tip, and I need to kind of move in to solder this. So get in position here. Move my light over. Scooch my own self over. Switch iron tips. Now, keep in mind, I can't show you guys this on thermals because this is the thermal camera. It's a bit of a catch-22 here. What's up, Walhalla? Okay, do a little bit of this, do a little bit of that, do a little bit of the other thing. So I got to make sure that I'm comfortable so that I can keep steady hands on this. So in the angle that I'm going to be coming in to solder this, I figure it's probably going to be, oop, why is that loose? Give that just a little tiny pressure. I'm going to be coming in like this. So this one over to here, I'm trying to utilize the other pad so that I'm not doubling up on wires. That might not be feasible. Oh, this isn't hot. Hold on. Might not be very feasible. So I'm coming in to here. I'll clean this up with a little heat. You can see what I'm doing. There you go. So this one right here and this one right here, over and around and down to this pin, this one right next to it. If I can get those two soldered on here, and I can move them around to the other end of the board, I could like drill a hole. I could drill holes in these in order to go to the other side of the board as well. Or put holes here and then pull the wire through that hole. Is there room on the other side of that? I hate to continue to alter this thing, but I mean, I need to be easier to work with. If I drop a hole right there, no, that's gonna, well, that might not hit. Hold on, let's see. Well, I do have a little room on the sides of the board, so I guess I don't need to drill through it. I'm just trying to make this easier on myself, and I don't think any of these methods will. Is that even going to be clean? Hold on. Really, I mean, my goal here is to retain the ambidextrous nature of the connection. But I don't know if I can trust any of this stuff to properly make a connection. Let's see. Yeah, this would be some of the hardest soldering. Soldering most extreme. I don't know if I can do that. All right, so barring that, I mean, I guess I can just go from one side to the other with, I can either use the big thick wire or I could use the, I'm just miffed about this because whenever I want to go in and, am I bending that too much? It's like whenever I want to go in and resolder that, I'm going to have to wrestle a double connection. So 2 jackets, 2 wires, etc. That's why I kind of want to do it with this wire wrap stuff. With not wire wrap, I keep calling it wire wrap, with the motor wire. Motor wire. Lacquered motor wire. That, and that one is B. God, I cannot read that. B11, B what? B2, opposite side of B2. Gotta go back to that pinout. The wonderful USB-C standard. It's such a confused standard. I don't understand what killed it. What what did they do to you, USB-C? It's like too many committees. So we are on B7, and we need to go to A7. No, this isn't B9. B9's already been connected. I guess if you get further into it, it'll make more sense. This one's B7, so we're going to A7 with this. I should like go down. I should go down and under there, but that's not a good idea. It needs to come around. Go to A7. You sunk my battleship. Maybe I can put a little piece of Captain tape below this just to hold the wire in place so I don't have to worry about this being ripped up. I think I might do that. I'll put a little piece of Captain tape right here, and then I'll hold on A6 and A7. I know, USB-C to USB 2 adapter board. I'm going to make these work. I'm going to make these work. These are fairly minimalistic. Now, I can either try to scrape the lacquer off of this, or I can try to solder the lacquer off of this. I've had varying degrees of success with either method. What I suppose I'll do is just give it a little scrapey scrape with the edge of the knife. You can see I'm removing a little bit of material. I can't do that on all sides, as I'd like to, but that might facilitate the lacquer peeling off with the heat and the flux and my axe and my ace and my heat and the heat. Okay, there it goes. Like, where the fuck is the heat? Why is nothing soldering? This tip isn't the, you know, the hardest soldering tip that I've got, but it should at least function. That worked pretty well. That actually soldered pretty nicely. Oh, that bent a little bit too easily for my taste, but that's number one. Let's move on to number two. Want that to be slightly taut so it lays flat. All right, flip it over. Fuck. God damn it. Yeah, this side of the board is the one that I'm going to have facing away from the camera, and then the other side I will have facing towards, and then it'll have whatchamacallit. It will have the other side that's facing towards will have the big wires. Okay, so let's get this second one. There's a piece of wire over here, and I don't like having to use this wire. I do wish that these connections were made on the board. So let's see here. I think I'm going to start a new one on this instead of relying on the old connection. Instead of relying on the old ways. Or not. Yep. And try to sink that right there. I may have to use tweezers. I feel like I'm gripping this a little too close to the soldering iron. Too close to the iron. Yeah, scraping it flat with the knife is a really effective method, actually. That's been doing really well to expose the this wire. I think is this out of focus? Kind of. There, I adjusted it a little bit. Bend it over like that. Of course, the tape will hold this in place. I don't know if I don't think I need to put a piece here, but it might be useful. And then very carefully flip her over. What is this, just residual solder on this one? I think that's what that is. I don't think that needs to be soldered for any particular purpose. Careful. 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 Carefully now. Okay. Now that's held. All right, so this, flip it. Flip it. Flip it. I'm going to keep it a little bit taut here. And then grab this. Actually, I could just push this down onto the board. This is why I want different solder pads for these. I guess I probably could have exposed a little bit of the trace and used that as a solder pad, because then when I go in and I replace the wire, it won't. Look at that. What just happened there? What was that? What was that? Everything just went terrible. Hey, why are you doing this to me? I try so hard to get this right, and everything just blows up in my face. All right, there. That's probably pretty good. Hopefully that's not sticking up above the board too much. Not too much. That should be pretty good. We can be thankful for having a face in which it blows up. I guess. I don't know. A weird thing. I'm so thankful everything went wrong. This is so nice. What? He's a psycho. All right, so if I can actually grab this and do a very light scrape at the end. Yeah, the problem is it's going to be pulling on it. Careful now. Hold it in place. And a light scrapey scrape. You can see how it went from lacquer color to silver. I need to continue to be able to control this and hold it in place. And then I'll tape it down, and that's what's really going to hold it there. I need to stop holding my breath. Hold on. Okay, now I got to bend the wire down so that it sits flat, and then I'll put a little tiny piece of Kapton tape over it, and that should hopefully hold it there for when we solder the big wire. So now I've got ground, power, D plus, D minus. Bueno, Johnny, how you doing? How's it going, man? God, it wasn't soldered at all. What did I do? Damn it. All right, that wasn't soldered at all. It was a complete fake out. Yeah, I didn't give it time to solidify there. Too busy saying hi to a new user. I'm busy. That's what I am. All right, let's see if we can get this thing to actually, like, you stay there. Now, there is still lacquer on this. It just, there should be a scraped solderable surface. That's what I'm relying on here. There we go. I hope. I hope this isn't another fake out. Jerk. All right. This wire's a jerk. So if I just take that and I try to put that angle in it, by pulling it taut, I make sure that it's lying down on the board. And I'm debating on whether or not I want to make sure that it's clean underneath so that the tape actually sticks. So you actually get a stick and hold from the tape. Because it's going to be a very tiny piece of Kapton tape trying to hold these things in place. Probably would be a good idea, and I can waste more of these stupid foam Q-tips. I really hate these things, by the way. I don't know. I'm not sold on the foam applicators. They disintegrate. The foam on the end is not stiff enough. I can't scrape with them. I mean, paper Q-tips at least will return to the earth eventually. These things are gonna fucking end up in a dolphin's blowhole at some point. The way I dispose of these is by going to the ocean and I throw them at wildlife. That's basically what I do. Yeah, it's mostly turtles. Sometimes it's turts, but it's mostly turtles. But yeah, I don't know. I just like, I think about things like this. It's like, where is this going to end up? Like, where does this go? I feel the same way, and it's weird. This is me. This is maybe a little bit of my being brought up in friggin' New Hampshire. Is not brought up, but I went there periodically. Is like, if I take the tinfoil and I wrap what's left of my sandwich in the tinfoil and throw that out, like, what happens to that eventually? Does it eventually become like a little piece of dirt inside of tinfoil? Because it's never going to change. Scope, not microscope. You almost had it. I don't know. Maybe it's just the late 80s cartoons that I was that I grew up with that make me think about this kind of stuff. All right, there we go. See how tight that is? Perfect. A little crossover cable there. So I want to make sure that this doesn't move. And actually, you know what? I'm not going to use, fuck that. I'm not going to use Kapton tape. We're going we're gonna attach this with ultraviolet glue because I got it out. I'm gonna use it. So a little bit of UV glue, a little dollop of UV glue right below this. I don't know about the temperature standard for UV glue, but God fucking damn it. That was not what I wanted to do. All right, you come with me. You come with me. You come all the way out here. That's right. You come all the way out here. You wick your way through that. And then I'm going to take the wonderful little foam applicator that I hate and see if I can reduce the amount on this area. Let's just go ahead and foul up the whole fucking thing. There. Hopefully that removes enough of it that I can actually work with this stuff now. I don't have much of a way to scrape it away. Well, let's just activate it all. Where'd the lamp go? UV lamp, where are you? It smells like a nail salon. I put it over here. We might have to excavate in order to get this thing off of here. I did not have any control of that. The rubber plunger slid in the syringe, and it just went. Bleh. This is supposed to be a very fine applicator, and I should have been able to just kind of like hold down the stuff. Oh well. Oh well. There's now a coating of ultraviolet glue on this entire board. Let's see what the damage is. That might not be so bad. Let's see how the soldering iron treats it. Extra protect. I need more attack. Dex build. All right, let's see here. Let's see if I can use the iron to make a bunch of disgusting smoke rise from the pad. Well, that blew through it immediately, so maybe that's okay. Oh, but the wire moved too. I wonder if I removed too much. I've gone too far in a few places. I need like a micro actuator to move this thing. Because yeah, all I really want is just a dollop on part of the wire. I can't control my hands finely enough. Oh, no, 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 no. I need it to be more of a gel. That's my problem. I need more of a gel. I'm used to the epoxy gel. Or sorry, the super glue gel. Not this stuff. Maybe I can find ultraviolet gel. UV activated gel epoxy. Demethil would know. I'll ask him at some point. I'm going to hold this here for a little bit. UV epoxy is a wonderful rework tool. You don't always have to use this small of wire to repair things. You can use larger wire, and in which case you can put a big dollop of ultraviolet glue on it, as long as it doesn't, you know, what happened here doesn't happen, because this was a disaster. This is an unmitigated disaster. But if you actually succeed in putting a dollop on, and then you get the UV on it, it very quickly becomes a polymer, and it's a very clean repair. Very, very clean. Looks pro. But yeah, in this case, it's not really. This case kind of fucked it up. It's not like it's my second time doing this, chat. So with any luck, the UV. Oh shit! Fucking. A leaf just went by the window and it scared the shit out of me too. It's looking worse. I don't know why that looks so bad. Maybe it's all the UV glue that's on the pad. Let me try to get wires attached to this. I guess I need to kind of plan out the length of the wire, but we're going to need 4 colors. Red, black, green, and white. Those are the 4 colors of the apocalypse. I mean, the 4 colors of USB communications. Let's just verify that. So, because I'm, you know, like, look, people who innately try to sound smart. I watched some stuff on Earth 2, that whole scam, and there was some investor who's like really sunk into Earth 2. Listening to that guy talk, he's the same age as I am, listening to that guy talk and start peppering his language with all of his accomplishments as he's trying to tell you something basic is the most frustrating thing I've ever heard in my entire life. If you don't know something, that's okay. Like, you could be a doctor and be like, I don't fucking know. I gotta look it up. I don't remember. People have little lapses in memory. It gets dangerous when you have people who feel like they should always know the answer to everything. That's impossible. And that's the kind of shit that school makes you think that everybody needs to function as. You can't be... I gotta look up the colors of the USB, right? Well, Twitch chat has Google, you see. I sound a lot smarter in Twitch chat. One of the phenomena, one of the phenomena of streaming is that I don't get to Google what I'm talking about. I don't get to do those quick little checks to see those little tiny gaps in knowledge and sort of bolster that, because a lot of the stuff is like, oh, I seem to remember it like this. Let me verify that. Oh yeah, that's correct. So then this is also correct. That, like, ironing over that just to sound like really smart, that's dangerous. That's what I find, at least. So anyway, in this case, I don't remember the exact colors of USB cables, but I'm fairly certain it's green and white. The only true knowledge is knowing you know nothing. Ugh. USB. Actually, I probably need a pinout. Wire. There we go. Images. Cool. I'll take this photo on top of my wooden table. That should surely make it really, really easy to see. And you know what I'll also do? I'll also take a pair of... I'll use my teeth. Let me just use my teeth to get rid of the jacket around the USB thing. And then I'll take this picture over top of my wooden table. What is with people? Hey, milk! God. Okay, so scrolling down. I just need this. That's all I need. Oh, look, they took a picture of a USB-C cable. That's odd. That's all I need. So yeah, red, white, green, black. So we'll do that, and then I'll figure out what the lengths of them should be. As much as I would like to use the ancient KuroKesu wire. Oh, should I use it? Are you planning to chew up a USB cable? Yeah, you know, I'm just gonna bite away the jacketing on it. Just for fun. Should I use this? I mean, this stuff is already in a KuroKesu, which means it's gonna take up less space than this. But this stuff is incredibly flexible. Did I write that? That's not my handwriting. This stuff is incredibly flexible, but it's also fairly large, as is this. Let's use this stuff. This stuff is better because it stays in a little bundle. Of course, that means because this is staying in a little bundle, it means that I need to plan for that. And I need to get the distances correct. And it looks like there's a little kink in it over here. But it's not going to be very long. It'll just be a little KuroKesu of wires. And then that stays together and it won't, you know, dust won't get all over it. Real ease use their teeth. I've used that before too. They have them cut by dentists to different wire sizes. That'd be kind of hilarious. I've already built that. Why are you linking me to that? Oh, that's Nightbot. Yeah, don't listen to Nightbot. We're doing the thermal imager. Yeah, I stripped too many wires with my teeth. I needed to stop that for quite a while. All right, so here's the enclosure. Yeah, the triple axis tourbillon never quite worked, and I think Flatulent Gonad's really been on me to bring that back out and work on it. It was like Mr. Horologist up in here. I was working on clocks all day. It was fun because it wasn't really electrical engineering. I got to kind of like work with mechanical stuff, which is always neat. So this is actually going to face this way. I mean, I'm just worried about how flexible this wire is. It really does not need to be very long, does it? It just needs to be like this. Oh, you guys can't see anything that I'm doing. La 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 la. I'm just kind of getting an idea of how long this thing should be. Let's go with this plus a little bit, and then I'll have to trim it down to size or just get it to go in the right area. Because I want to be able to put this thing together. So I need to spread it out, and then I need to strip it and pre-tin it so that I can work with it properly. Of course, this stuff is going to become completely unraveled as I work with it, which is going to be very, very annoying. So the order that this has to go in for this, let's do that first. Order that it has to go in for that is blank. Ground, power, and then it was plus minus, I believe, because we're on the A side. We're on the A side of the track. Let's see. Ground, power, plus minus. Ground, power. So black, red, green, white. Yeah, I guess I could do that, Tomahawk. I could put a little dollop of the glue on there and then harden it up. I don't know if that's sanctioned, but it would hold the end together. But that's I don't really feel that I should do that necessarily. So I could just do this. Actually, that should probably go around for a full rotation. Well, either way, let me just I'll bundle it up again. I'll see if we can keep this preserved, but I don't know if we'll have the capability of doing that. It's just going to kind of be a mess. No getting around it. So very, very small amount from the ends. Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know if it'll care that, because USB, I mean, the plus and the minus is the signal pair, and those are the ones that are supposed to be coiled with one another. And then ground and power are just hanging out to the side. You'll see that in other types of, you know, wire configurations. So for this short run, it shouldn't matter. And for this speed, it probably shouldn't matter. But it might stand to reason that if I broke power and ground out from the data pair, that if I run it like a longer distance through an extension cable, it might be more survivable. The signal might survive longer if I do stick to the standards. But I've yet to find the corner case for that yet. Ooh, I've got wires fraying all over the place. What's going on here? Stuff is harder to work with than I thought. I might need to just use the soldering iron to remove the little bit of jacketing on the end. Oh, I did way more for that one too. Yeah. Okay, let's work with that. Stubs, impedance mismatches, yeah. And I guess connector losses too, all the reflections inside of the connector would make more of a difference. I mean, as long as they're twisted together, I don't know. Maybe it's more for the distance than anything else. Now, once I solder that, since this is old telephone wire, it's going to retract. Oh, damn it. Yeah, see that? It walks up the jacket, which I've planned for, kind of. I'll cut the end off. Lack of depth perception is really starting to kill me with this setup. Damn it! Ugh, that's all I can hope for anyway. Just trying to do my part. Tin the wire. Oh, look at that little frayed end right there. I'm afraid I can't allow that. Get it, chat? Do you get it? You get what I said? Because it's frayed wire, and I afraid. You get it? You get what I said? You guys? I made it worse. I made it much worse. It's gonna get worse before it gets better. Or it's just gonna get worse, or it's just gonna continually get worse. I guess it can get a lot worse. And that's what it did. That's what it did. It got a lot worse. That's okay. I can live with this. I can live with this. And then my soldering iron turned off in the middle of... It always turns off when you're working. I guess it only turns off once when you're not working, because you're not working. You don't turn it back on. The perception of it is that it only turns off like in the middle of your using it. That's a safety feature. It keeps you from burning down your house or burning up the ends of your iron. All right, so like these are not suitable for surface mount. What I'll do is I'll clip the very end of these. I guess with the flush cutters. I tried to buy new flush cutters and I got a set that just weren't up to standard. Look how far back that the jacket fled from the heat. That's insane. This stuff is like annoyingly small and fiddly. And I'm trying to be very neat with it. I'm trying to make sure that it's nice and well built so that I don't run into the same problems that I did with the other thermal cam. I didn't run into too many problems with the thermal cam. It's just the neatness was not up to snuff. And the silicon jacketed wires don't melt like this. You can see kind of how they didn't appreciate my handiwork. So I need to go downwards like this because the 3D print is right up at the top there. And I got to make sure that when I lay down this wire, it doesn't try to press in on its buddies right there. Those are my data lines. There's power. D minus is coming up all the way over everybody. Sorry, that was ground. I said it was power. I lied. There's power. Real power. All that power. Okay, power. And then D plus. Not a whole lot of solder on that one. I may come back to it. Yeah, you can't really smell the burnt plastic. This stuff is a lot smaller than I think chat gives it credit for being. My multimeter might hear you talking about power off states. Oh God. My fluke meter turns off, but I think that's timed. Whereas I think they tried to make something smarter for the pace station, which makes it infinitely less smart. The only problem with holding the wire is that the jacket is going to become soup. It'll become the consistency of like gel as I try to work with it. And so if I pinch it here and I solder, then the pinch is going to remain. Yeah, there's a command that'll tell you what it is because I answer that question a lot. Everybody loves a microscope. And by the way, the view that I use in order to do what I'm doing right now, Hold on, let me just make sure that this solders. See that? That's what I'm talking about right there. I freaking hate that. I can't undo it. I can't undo that. That's just gonna remain. So the view that you guys see is exactly what I use in order to solder. I'm looking right here, which is just a little bit to my left, which means that my arm is just a little bit like, I'm like tilted just a little bit to the side, right? I'm twisted just a little bit to the side, which is comfortable for me because that means that I'm facing you guys. I can see chat. My back is straight. This monitor sits on top of the shelf, so I'm not hunched over. So if I hunch over, my back will start to tense up and do kinds of weird stuff. Didn't used to have back issues. I think I need to go back to the gym to solve it all. But yeah, that's what it is. All right, before I get UV glue all over the place, I need to put this somewhere. Probably need to put... Actually, I have things that come with my needles for diabetes stuff that I can use on the syringes, and I've started saving them. I need to save more of them. This is kind of cool. They got this little plastic cap, so I can actually take this off and put a cap over the end that just kind of fits on, and that'll keep it from solidifying in the applicator tip. I'll probably put the applicator tip somewhere else too, but I'm gonna start using those. I need to keep them with my glues. I got about 1,000 of these. That goes in the garbage. That goes in the garbage. It's unfortunately more plastic waste. Until I come up with a paper syringe, I guess I'm kind of stuck using it. All right. So that's that end. Hey, Tidy Paws. Let's see. Does that look... It looks a little sloppy. I know, the turtles... Poor turtles. Turtles will never be the same. You'll never forgive me. The soldering looks a little sloppy, and I have a feeling that coming in here and trying to fix it is going to cause a lot of problems. But I don't know how much of a choice I have. You know, I want a big solder blob on the end of this thing so that I make sure that it's a good connection, not just a fleeting memory of a connection. Push it down to the side, maybe. No, none of this is. This is why I like the silicon wire, because I can manipulate the jacket and it won't melt like the other one. But as soon as I solder this, that jacket is going to become no longer solidified. Yeah, look, I got a nice pretty solder joint out of it, but it's crushed. God damn it! I cannot win with this stuff. You basically have to get the wire to like lay exactly where you need it to go, and that's kind of impossible. Ugh. Gotta live with the pinch. Oh god, it smells like skunk. I think that's the UV glue. There's like a skunk smell from that. Okay, so that's that part of the wiring. And I can direct this in one direction over here like this. Dank wires. Yeah, really. No, it smelled like a skunk, not like, you know, the sticky icky. It wasn't, it was like skunk, not skunk. So now I gotta go to the top of this thing, and these are labeled at least. They're not labeled on that side though. 5 volt D minus D plus ground. So that would be red, white, green, black from the top. Red, white, green, black. So now I need to take the other side of this wire. We can distribute it. Because like that'll come around like a dish. And then go to the various ports. Oh boy. Well, let me get these stripped and stuff first. So I'll just move them out in different directions, and then we'll do this. I can't keep this under the microscope. It's tough for me to get into position to do that. So I'll do it like this. It's taking a lot longer than I thought it would. Although I should anticipate that by now. I'm sorry, OctoJ, I might not get to your tablets today. And I don't know if I'm going to be up for streaming tomorrow. I know. I'm sorry. I have micro soldering to do, and Twitch loves it when I do tiny stuff. To be fair, I'm kind of in my element too when I'm doing that. I can't twist the end of the wire. It's actually very difficult for me to do with this stuff. This stuff is quite small. I think this is meant to go into like a punch out. You know, you're supposed to punch it into. But it's stranded though, so maybe not. I don't know what this wire's for. It's like for like wiring a handset. I'm asking it to do all this crazy shit going into surface mount. I don't even think surface mount was invented when this wire was produced. All right, so I'm going to try to tin these. All right, I got to lean in to do this because I don't have the microscope now. I can only lean in as far as the camera is, so. This is what I mean with my hands not being steady for this kind of thing. It's kind of where either solder paste or a solder pot. If you're doing a lot of this, like thousands, like factory process, you get a solder pot and then you just dip the wires in it. If you're doing this small enough of a scale, you can dip the end of the wire in solder paste, and then when you apply the heat, it'll put the perfect amount of flux and solder into the wire. But this stuff these wires would bend if I put them into the solder paste because they're not stiff enough. Tinning the end of the wire is really important. It makes it so much easier to work with. Yeah, solder paste on the scope, like when we zoomed way into it. Little tiny beads. I don't know if you heard me earlier lamenting the fact that I might not get to your tablet today. It is more time for the batteries to get here, but again, yeah, I don't need the batteries to clean the one up, but this is taking a fair bit more time. I actually don't need to trim the ends of these. You didn't hear that. Yeah, so I may not be able to get to it with the pacing that's happened so far. I mean, this thermal camera's taken us 2.5 hours to put together. I expected it to just be a little assembly job, but time makes fools of us all. It's more like I make fools of us all. That's what's happening here. What am I paying for? I know, right? Rodrigo Bellis! Who told you could follow? Thank you for following. Yeah, okay, what were we doing? Whatever, man. It's not whatever, man. Unseeing Frame 18, thank you for following. It's funny, when I'm soldering stuff like this, I get more viewers. It's cool. I'm glad Twitch is interested in looking at stuff like this. But I will get to it next week. We could even take a day in the week to get through it. I know we just ordered the battery, so that's going to be a little while for the battery to get here for them. But these are OctoJ's tablets that he sent here. And while we're not working on it, all the knowledge of where all the screws go leaks out of my ears. And it's going to be dangerous when I come back to it and I don't remember a goddamn thing that I worked on. From Portugal, thank you for watching. Can't get them back until the battery comes. Yeah, I still have all the packaging for them too. I want to make sure to package them exactly as robustly as you sent them. I'm wondering if I need to take like a big piece of cardboard and like put them in foam and then tape them to the cardboard so they don't rattle around. I don't know. Substitute streamer, late but want to say hi. Hi! UNKLVIL! Subbing with a prime for the first time. Dude. Let's put you up on the board. I don't have a screw map. I have the notes that I wrote on the tablet, and the construction of those tablets, I believe, is such that, for the most part, the screws go in logical places. Like if you have a circuit board that's on a tiny little standoff, you'll get a non-visually pleasing screw that's very shallow. UNKLVIL! Let's put you up on the board. Up on the board you go. Eventually, we're working towards it. UNKLVIL, welcome to the board. It's UNKLVIL? UNKLIVL, welcome to the board. Thank you so much for subbing. Oh, Uncle Phil? UNKLVIL? UNKLVIL. UNKLVIL? That's a weird town. All right. That is a strange one. You're not Uncle Bill. Wait, look at the misalignment of the thermal. Oh God, I'm never going to be able to unsee that. Look at that. What the that dot is supposed to be. Look at how misaligned that is. Oh no. I am never going to be able to oh my God. Oh my God. Look at how that. Oh no. No. Not like this. Why did I see that? Why did I see that? Oh my God. I would have to take hot air to that. I would have to take hot air to that to fix that. And then on the other side is all of the electronics that would fall off. If I dared to try to re-solder this. Oh my God. No. There's no way. Oh my God. Wow. All right, we're going to pretend we didn't see that. I just need to remember that it's the order of the wires. Oh my God. All right. 5 volts is all the way on the right, by the way. 5 volt D minus D plus ground. Ground is all the way on the left. Ground's all the way over. Yeah, it's the parallax of the camera. It's a fisheye lens. Ground plus minus power. That is unforgivable. That's insane. Let's just ignore it, please. Ugh. Hold on, let me recoil these. Drop the white paint in there. Now I can see the misalignment, that's the problem. Ground plus is green, so that's actually green needs to come in here, but that would unravel it. Damn it. It needs to go like that, or it needs to get unwrapped one more time. Might be a little too tight. I can't see what I'm doing. Hold on. Go by an angle, maybe? I see, it's a chip that gets in the way. Hold on, let's just do it like this. Do one at a time like this. I'm gonna let go and it's just gonna fall away. All right, so I'll do it one at a time and then just bend the wire over to where I need it to go. So first one, ground, which is possibly the most difficult one. I don't know what that is. Oh, that's the anchor for the connector. Yeah, this is ground kind of resisting my efforts to solder it. All right, ground. Let's get that wire up here. Of course, I can't reach the buttons on the outside of the casing, but I don't really know what they do. I cannot see what I'm doing here. If I'm like sinking that in the right distance, I can't really tell. I'll let that solidify, and then I gotta take a look at it from an angle. Oh yeah, looks like it did it all right. Hey Zoran, how you doing? All right, ground, then plus. All right, I'm gonna double check that, and chat's figuring out that they can communicate with one another using the signal system that I've given them. D plus, which is green. How did you spell that correctly? You'd say like farthing or something like that. That's weird. That's weird for you, Zoran. You actually spelled it correctly. All right, let's do D plus. D plus. Ah, solder's all weird. We're not really in focus, are we? On focusing issues. There we go. I'll just add solder to it first. It's kind of at a weird angle. And my light, I'm blocking my own light. That's what's really getting me angry. There we go, that's a little better. Need to be able to work and see what I'm doing. That's the tough part about this. It's just all farts all the time. It's like the new meta. All right, now this one, and then finally the power one. You're Dane 2.0. What, you have spell check now? Danish spell check. Excellent. The power of the new computer, right? I'm concentrating fairly hard on what I'm working on right now. See if I can get this wire to get in there. Go in there. It's got a little piece of solder making it hard to align. There we go. All right, so there's that. Solder that one in. Ah, text to talk. That's a good one. Yeah, I guess it helps. All right, and finally, this one, power. Power. I would love to loop this all the way around and go in, but it's just gonna have to be like this. It's gonna have to go like this. Of course, as I try to, Cosmo Quest, you blocked my view. How's it going, Cosmo Quest? Thanks for the raid of 17. Cosmo Questers, did we talk about the crazy shit that Milton saw? We did when you raided yesterday, right? I already talked all about that. I still have those links open, so the NOSS 3 satellite cluster has been freaking out UFO people for a little bit. Keeper of Maps resubbed for 17 months for 17 raiders. Hell yeah, dude. Thank you, Keeper of Maps. Let me see if I can get this soldered before this thing starts to move. I don't know. Is it your bonk emote? I've seen your bonk emote. I've seen that, Mr. Zorn. Yeah, happy Friday indeed. Thank you, Keeper of Maps. See if I can get this soldered before... Now, see, the problem is when I drop the USB thing, it falls over, and then the thing comes out. I'm listening for the board to start. Damn it. No, I'm not going to make it in time. Ah, damn it. We'll have to come back. We'll come back to this. All right. Man, can't get anything done with you people. Thank you so much for the 17 months. And happy Friday to you as well. Let's put you up on the board. Up on the board you go. Once I finish the thermal thing, the thermal imager that we're putting together, we can work a little bit on the mechanicals for the new burn the subs. Keeper of maps, you are on top of murder kitties, and it almost looks like that is allowed because it looks like the I of murder kitties is in the O of keeper of maps. But then there's that other collision, so it's probably not valid. I got a little bit of, we got some names stepping on one another. This is not your second board. This is board number 2. Yep, still on board number 2. But it's going to fill up soon, and when it does, we're going to be dumping a couple names out, probably, in the interim. Because if you sub when there's no board up, then that's just going to be it. I don't know how to make it fair for... I literally cannot make it fair for people who, you know, whose subs have lapsed and stuff like that. I'll have to make sure that it's like a solid month or something like that the board is down for. But I don't know. I mean, I could, you know, technically I could write down all the names and then have a random raffle for the beginning of the next board. I could do that. It's like a lot of work though. I think it's more fun if it just comes up at intervals and people can try to fall over themselves in order to do it. Just trying to be a big name on the third board. I might have to make everybody the same size. I'm not sure though. I'm not really sure how I'm going to work that. Or I can keep the names larger longer and have a lower, the difference between large and small names can be less. I know everybody's going to unsub, and my longest streak is going to be 1 month. Sized based on tier doesn't work. That's not going to... Think, chat, think. If you fill the board with small names, big names don't fit. There. Which direction do I want it to be? Like this. Hold on. Oh, you know what? I think I messed up the directions. Hold on. Yeah, it needs to be. There you go. Think, chat, think. I'm J.K. Simmons. All right, anyway. Just the emotes with the two pointing. BTTV is like a bunch of, or maybe it's FFZ, is a bunch of like hidden emotes. I put that in other streamers' chats, and I don't think they really appreciate it. I think they fucking hate me is what I... When I make a comment and their expression sours. All right, so that's about as organized as I can get that. I could twist it a little more. That's actually pretty good. But yeah, now I've got this nice big umbilical going from one device to the other. I don't know why people think the fine emote is so creepy, because it's like a murderer's face. Yeah, look, I don't know how to make the next iteration of the board fair. I don't know how to do that. I know there's a lot of ideas on the table, but it's easier if I... See, I like the fine emote. It's perfectly creepy. It, like, come on. We're talking about Raba's emotes here. You should animate it and make it, like... Make it slowly smile. Make it slowly smile. Good. I think it's perfect. I don't know why people have problems with it. He's too lazy to animate his emotes. So am I. I have a significant amount of work to do now. Twitch is like, by the way, we animated emotes. And all of us are like, ah, shit. They are. There will be, if you go to your channel, there might be an alert that tells you that they're enabled or not. For me, there was yesterday in the middle of streaming, and now chatters are like, we get animated emotes now, right? It's like, I gotta do all this work. I don't want to just hop on Fiverr and have somebody else make all of your emotes for you. Why is that like misaligned? What's going on here? What's going on here? Okay, I got to make sure that this thing goes in smoothly. So I think I need to massage the dimensions just a little bit. Yeah, Twitch is the unique capability of being able to just suddenly dump a whole lot of work on us. Hey streamers, by the way, here's a bunch of... I mean, they did tell us like well ahead of time. I would rather use new emotes for Twitch if I'm gonna have to do that work anyway. I mean, it would mean that my animated emotes, like Aw Shake, I could use anywhere, which would make it even more insufferable for other streamers. So I don't know about that. I don't know if I'll do that. That would be really insufferable. I don't want, like, I mean, you know, I give Schmide a lot of shit, but I actually agree with him. I don't want flashing shit on the side of my Twitch. You know, I don't want it to be jarring. That went in pretty far and was kind of tough to... Oh, boy. Yeah, boy. I gotta get this thing out of here without damaging it now. Because it went in most of the way, but it looks like I need to clearance this a little bit more. Fuck. Shit. Fucking shit. Fuck. All right, let's see. The only USB-C that I've got is already plugged into something. I think the best way for me to push that through is with another USB-C slot. So what I'll do is get a USB-C slot. Now, the clearances aren't as good as they could have been. I probably can bust that out just a little bit. What's that? Block of cheese with hair? Trick cheese rave. What the... That is very flashing. I could literally just make like an epilepsy emote and upload that. I'm sure Twitch would love that. Okay, so where's the other side of that? Let me get tweezers. Oh god, no, it's not gonna be MySpace until we can add music and then put sparkles on it. All the glitter from MySpace. There we go. See, this is what annoys me. On one end of this thing has just the USB connections and all the reversibility, and then the other one has every single connection, which is not what I needed in this case. Not what I needed. So anyway, I'm going to use this as a pusher to push the other pieces of it out. Oh god, why am I not one on your top 5 friends? Remember when people would get real political about their top 5? I'm taking him off my top 5. He's on my shit list. There we go. So, this is not dropping all the way down. Or I distance it wrong. Or something else is the problem. Maybe it's the kids. They're the problem. So I need this to go all the way to the bottom. I don't know if I can use the microfile to help me do that. Help me kind of clean that up and open it up. Yeah, not really. The microfile's thicker than it. Not by a lot, though. I mean, it looks like, at least on the one side, it kind of fell in a little bit as it was printing. So it might be putting a little too much pressure on the board, not allowing it to kind of feed into here properly. So I just want to make sure there's nothing in the path there. For the most part, it should have printed correctly because it's on the top layer. So just cut the sides a little bit, kind of open it up. It's not supposed to be a tight fit. The tight fit is just what keeps the cable from wiggling around. It's the two ends that are supposed to pinch. Do I need a blanket to sleep? Yeah, it's getting hot, isn't it? In it. There we go. So that's fit in there, and that is so snug. I don't know if I'm going to be getting it out anytime soon. Ruh-roh. Well, hopefully it's happy in its new home. Its new permanent home. I'll have to use the other board to pop it out again if I need to. So, all right, let's get the screws in here and see what our final fit's going to be. It's not just getting hot in location, it's getting fucking hot everywhere. It's a little concerning, isn't it? Boiling alive on this fucking planet. All right, so. Get all this stuff out of the way. We got to deal with some very small screws indeed. Some very small screws indeed. And for that, I need a very small screwdriver indeed. 110 in Arizona. Yeah, where's Dins? Dins will know. Dins is probably sweating his ass off. But it's a dry heat, right? It's a dry heat. It's what they say as they're justifying why all of their stuff is melting into nothing. Who is that? Ymeter. What's Ymeter do? Yami. From Uru. Okay, let's see. Let me go check the thermometer. It just says fuck. Personal assistant, what's the temperature outside? The temperature outside is fuck. Oh, no, don't look at me. Don't look at me. Why are you looking at me? There we go. Wait, what was that up above? Oh, that's the border. Okay. Why is that one there? I don't think that's where that one should sit. I think this one needs to sit there. Yeah, there we go. The top of the category is the one that I use the most. Okay, so I gotta get these tiny little screws, these tiny little glasses screws into these holes. Oh boy, here we go. Don't mention how this is crooked, okay? Just don't. It's 30 degrees Celsius today. I've been sweating all day. What's 120 F in C? 48 Celsius. Arizona is 43 Celsius. Jeez. That is intolerable. I mean, right here it is... Oh, God, it's actually kind of warm today. 26 here. Don't mention the war. Okay, so that's actually... Whenever I play games with the... What did I do? Did I really say it? I didn't mean to. Whenever I play games with a friend of mine, when we stream, I'm like, don't mention the war, okay? Because he will start just talking about World War II. And I'm like, please stop saying stuff about World War II during the stream. Please. He will not. Did you know that it's actually the basis for all the structuring of society? Shut up! Stop talking! I don't fucking care! Okay, so I need screws, and this is a glasses repair kit. Glasses repair kit of screws, and yet the ones that I have that actually fit the holes in the sides of this thing are basically the smallest size. Basically the smallest size. I mean, it probably could have gone a couple sizes up, but not many, because like these don't fit here. Yeah, the one size up from the smallest is too large. That just doesn't fit. So yeah, so I gotta use the smallest size screw in the entire kit in order to hold this thing together. It's pretty crazy. No grub screws. No, you don't understand. You don't understand about grub screws. You're not ready. You're not ready for grub screws, Chad. I have spacers if I need them, but I don't. I don't need them. This is like the smallest hardware kit that I have. It's insane. This stuff is way too small. So I forget which ones we used. Probably these, because I think these are flathead, which makes them utterly, completely cursed. No, these are Phillips good. Are these Phillips good? Yeah, they're all Phillips. All right, so let's just get a couple of these. And here's one that was left over. But I don't know if I trust this one anymore. Oh, I see. Wait. So I should probably use another one of these. These have a tapered front, and they'll be able to pile into the plastic a little better. It's probably a toss-up between either of these, but let's use these screws. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. 4 screws. Yeah, the humidity is where... Humidity, the way humidity affects you is that your body is unable to sweat and then cool off. And so it feels as if the heat is closer. And so around here, at least where I'm from, the humidity is extreme. The humidity is extreme is what I'm trying to say. And man, does it affect you a lot. It's like a fucking swamp around here during the dog days of summer, and it's unbearable. And you don't have AC, you're like, you're as good as dead. 83%. That sounds awful. Oops, you guys didn't even see me do that. So it's interesting. There's a lot of space because of these big vents. There's actually a lot of space. Oh my God, shut the fuck up. Not a bag of milk. I'm gonna ban you. You're not allowed to talk about it. Jeez. I can't believe how out of alignment it is. I put all that work into making sure everything was lined properly in CAD, and then the actual soldered part is off. God damn it. I'm having a lot of trouble with this right now. I think it's mostly that the wire just wants to move it around. Oh God, yeah. If you guys ever see my friend on stream again, please, whatever you do, don't mention tanks around him, because they actually owned a tank in high school. He's like insufferable. No, I'm not going to drill it. I need all that friction. 93 with 41% humidity. Energy company wants... Oh, you're there. Okay. Energy company wants us to keep AC no lower than 78. Are you kidding me? You know, I don't know what... Not even going to address it. You might have to drill because I know more than the streamer. Nah, we're good. We'll be all right. We'll be all right. I just got to fight this thing a little bit, kind of hold it in place, and then... At the very least, I could use the X-Acto knife as a spoon drill to give it a little taper, but this specific screw is supposed to be going into the right spot. I mean, I haven't had trouble with this in the past. I just happen to be showing it on the camera here. Okay, so it's lifting the board. Because I give you guys an intimate view, doesn't mean you own the place. All right, this is where it gets a little dicey. Maybe should have expanded those a little bit. It'll work, but it's starting to run out of material strength by the end because these are so weak. And I got to use tweezers. I had to use weird tweezers on these last time. But now that I've got the big openings on the sides, I can just place them. Yeah, are we against toss? These will probably go in once. I know, I could actually just push the screw with a hot soldering iron. I had too good of luck with that last time, though. And it wasn't the screws, it was the threaded inserts. And I just kind of like barely touched them, and they would be way too deeply inserted. So it wasn't good. See that? This is what I'm talking about. That one worked perfectly, which is why I don't take advice from chat telling me that I can't do something. Believe it or not, the streamer has got a lot of experience under their belt. In spite of the fact that they broadcast their failures, they're pretty adept at what they're doing. Otherwise, they wouldn't fucking turn cameras on everything that they do. If they made Torx that were this small, I'd use them. I don't know what HO train are they. Is that like model train stuff? Those guys working pretty small. These are the smallest that I've ever had to make screws, and I don't plan on doing it again. Slowly as not to strip the screw out. And I actually probably should be using the larger screwdriver on this. I don't know if this size is probably detrimental in terms of the space, but if you can get the screwdriver, the larger the screwdriver, the better, because it's able to push against more of the material of the screw. Yeah, see, this is the size that I should be using. And then if I over tighten it, it'll strip out. Teeny train screws. Yeah, I mean, these are glasses screws. These will do just fine. These will do just fine. I don't need to spend $1 a screw in order to put this thing in here. Oh, so I just use tape. Yeah, it seems counterintuitive, but sometimes you need to use the larger screwdriver in order to get smaller hardware to go in. Okay, you're not going to cooperate. All the other ones are fine. You're just going to do this to me, aren't you? That one's start to go in a little bit. The natural misalignment of having this. Oh no, it didn't at all. Yeah. See how it is? Yeah. What's the problem? All right. Yeah, come on. Do your thing. Go into the. All right. There it goes. Nope. Nope. Spoke too soon. I might have been misaligned at first and actually like crushed it. So it might be yeah, I might have closed up the hole. And presumably this thing is going to eventually grip something. Oh, apparently it's going to be the PCB. Yeah, it's like the screw holes on one side are all messed up. All right, fine. That's actually gripped in there pretty well. There's no great prospects for me doing this. Yeah, it could be bad hardware. That's true. I know, 3 out of 4, good enough for government. I could literally just tap it with the soldering iron and it would fall into place, but I'm not gonna give it that. At the very least, it'll just hold that corner in slightly. Okay, I felt a little bit of tension there. That's all I'm gonna give it. That's very lightly screwed in. I mean, between the 4 fasteners here, that should hold everything in place. So if I can just get that to round the bend cleanly, that's exactly what I wanted it to do, to be honest. That could not have gone better. I just want to preserve my twist. Okay. So, I mean, we're not an OEM manufacturer. I can't get one of those like orange flat cables to be produced that'll go perfectly to where I need it to go. I got to use wires. But I think we did a decent enough job. I don't really think a whole lot of dust is going to get into this thing. We're going to try to ignore the fact that this fucking thing is crooked because that really irritates me. But aside from that, I've got the wiring in here. It's as simple as USB. It's 4 cables. That should be perfectly fine. There should be enough room for all the wires up there. There is. And so let me put the Lepton image sensor into its spot, and then we'll start closing her up. See if I really feel like gluing the side pieces down. There it is. That's the name of the game right there. This is the expensive part. Actually, it's not. This is the less expensive part. And it's weird. Weird that it's like that. Down there till it clicks. Well, it doesn't really click. It just kind of like holds in. And this is kind of the moment of truth here, even though, you know, I know all of the other dimensions. Man, why was it so dark on that screen? I think, was that auto adjusting? It seems so much darker than it should be. Anyway, so the question is the distance. The expensive part's actually the base. The base is $180, and the image sensor itself, this new one, was $140. So it's like actually inverted. Yeah, okay. So that floats. It floats by like a fraction of a millimeter. You can see light through that, and that's fine because basically the top of the case is there so that this thing can't unplug itself. So the connectors on the edges of this thing don't become springs that will force it away. So I think that's okay. I'm going to take the knife to some little threads on this thing. Try to make sure that it's all out of the way. Then we can get the big screws in this thing that'll hold it all together. There's one piece, and there's another one right there. Nope. Over there. There we go. That's just a little thread in the viewfinder. And then I need these flat-headed screws. So there's 2 of them. This one is a different type. That's 3. Number 4 fell on the floor, so I can actually just get a screw kit and get one of the replacements. These are quote-unquote laptop screw kits that I use for these things. I like the, I guess they're called pan heads. I like the pan heads. They got a clean look to them. That's just me. But oh bother, actually, pan heads are supposed to be used for... Where's my extra set? Oh, you know what? I think it was the car stuff. Hold on. I was trying to find where I put my screw kit. It ain't there either. Yeah, it is. Okay, there you go. These little guys. Okay, let's get the remainder of the screws in. I could actually use the longest ones that I have. I guess these are the longest ones in this size. And those require... Oh, wait, that is the wrong size. Wrong size. Oh, there's pan heads and cap heads in there. Ugh. Ugh. Okay. So this, like this. And I can get the screwdriver. The big boy. This guy right here. Hands are shaking today. I don't know why. Might have to do with the Red Bull. Not always a surgeon with this stuff, but I mean, generally speaking, I have moderately stable hands. Fuck! Come on. There we go. Caffeine doesn't make me shaky, though. I don't know what it is. Gotta keep the CDO. Oh, that's right. You guys are selling. Okay. Oh, CD spelled alphabetically. Is that like a new meme? What's that about? Oh, there's no grip on that one. Huh. I guess the printer must have been a little weird, because that screw should by all means grip. Maybe the screw's a little weird. Maybe the kids are wrong. Try a different one. Try a different screw. See if it grips a little better. 'Cause yeah, that didn't grip at all, and I see some wear on the threads. No, it's definitely the screw hole is all weird. It's huh. I didn't think I stripped it. Maybe it just printed weird. Maybe the distance on that hole is a little bit more than the others. Just saw it on TikTok, thought it was funny. Okay, I feel like I'm missing a joke. See, that just pulls apart. What did... Hold on, let me make sure my cat isn't all messed up. Sketches, base. This would be this one here. Well, I could actually just measure it from this. I don't have to look at the sketch. I just want to make sure it's not something I did. Inspect U. Diameter's 2. These are 2mm screws, so it should be 1.8. Check U. Oh, but that one's 2 too. Okay. Can't argue with those results. Yeah, I must have just stripped out the the hole. Well, it'll be decorative. How about that? That's sort of weird that stripped out so easily. All right, so I guess I'll just put like a drop of UV on either side and then plate. Well, UV is not really going to work. I'm afraid of super glue because I think it will leave residue. It'll leave that cloudy shit that gets all over everything. I mean, I could have glued the grids in earlier, but I guess placing them and doing a little UV glue on top would be enough. They do press fit, which means they will fall out randomly. It's like an old radio. See that? They just fall out. They don't even care. Damn it. The one of them press fits. The other ones. You can get a little UV glue on these and they'll stick in place. Stuff is certainly runny enough. It does kind of need like an edge chamfer, doesn't it? It's kind of large enough that it would benefit from like a tapered in edge. But that would mean I'd have to move the screws around, and I don't want to do that. God, you guys just have the fucking funniest ideas ever, don't you? All right, let's see. I'll use a little bit of UV glue on it. It means I got to get it out again. Get it out again. Let's get an applicator. I mean, streamers just love it when you tell them how to play a video game, so clearly telling me to do stuff is just the best idea. It's the best way to get on my good side, right? There it is. Okay. I don't know about cleanliness for this, but yeah, it's not going to look good. Oh, wait, hold on. I don't know how well that's actually going to hold it in, but hopefully it provides just a little bit of adhesion there. And this would be much easier if this were on the inside of the enclosure, and I made these a little bit smaller. So I think what I want to do for the future design is move all 4 screws inwards towards the center, and then all right, I'm going to ban you guys. I'm gonna move all of the grids into the center, move all the screws further into the center, put tapered edges on the front, and then these will be in like a little window, and it'll be a little less ghetto. But that'll be a future design. That's not going to happen anytime soon. Shit, I just put a dollop like right in the middle of everything because I was thinking about focusing the camera. Yeah, so I mean, this would have been better on the inside of it, but we'll deal with it. I mean, it's iterative design, right? You build the thing and you figure out what's wrong with what you've done. You do it again. You do it again until it's cool. Cool enough for you. I mean, honestly, it wouldn't be visible if I did the window thing, so yeah. This is kind of sloppy because you can see the adhesive at all. Doesn't look as fluid. I mean, the real interesting way to do it would be to put something on the inside, like a little block to retain. I may do that. I may do it without glue entirely. I might do it without glue entirely and just put a little block on the inside that kind of holds it in. I just got done blowing up a chat, telling them how fucking awesome all their ideas are. You gotta come in here and say that? Short lurker, you jerk. I like the fan idea, or sorry, the mesh cutout. Yeah, I kind of forgot that I had this stuff for a while. Leb TV Live was like, I use this stuff to cover my 120mm fans, and I bought it, and I'm like, there's not a whole lot of airflow through this stuff, through the grill mesh. And so I didn't end up using it for a lot of things. And then I was just thinking of ways to make this design look a little less, to make it look more professional, right? And this is just one of the ideas that I came up with, was to have, instead of machining vents like in the last one, which did not turn out all that good, they ended up looking a little woobly because of the temperatures involved. So instead of doing that, I decided, you know, what if I put some other grating material on it? And, you know, I happen to have this stuff. Works out pretty well. Oh, shit, that's a big drop. No, 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 no. Back it up. Back it up. If I only did the corners, then it wouldn't look right. It wouldn't look right. Or rather, it would just be weird. I mean, I could do it on the... What I'm talking about doing in the future is putting the grid on the inside. If I put the grill on the inside, then I can just put a little nub that'll hold it in place, and that's all it needs. Just a little plastic square that'll hold it up against the border or whatever. So if I take it apart, all the grills are gonna fall off, but that's fine. For now, this is what I'm doing. I'm gluing it. The material is a lot more matte color than I thought it would be too, so it doesn't quite blend in with the glue. If it was more glossy, then it would look okay. Just gotta be careful about the pressure that I put into the plunger. This is as close to art as I'll get around here, and this makes me nervous because I'm trying to do it nicely. It doesn't come in this container. This is my own syringe. I put it in this container in order to be able to apply it properly. But I keep it in a bin in the basement, so. Eventually the glue in the syringe becomes a little bit more gelatinous and a little harder to dispense. But I mean, this stuff you get for so cheap for so much of it, because it's used in like nail salons and stuff. Like it's whatever. It becomes polymer and it doesn't matter when it does. I just never tell how long I should put the UV light on it. I can like pat this with my finger and make it a little less glossy, because it is going to detract from the look of the whole thing. But remember, this is the prototype. This is version 1 of an actual functional enclosure for this thing. Well, it is technically version 2. Version 1 and version 2 are very, very similar. But you know, version 3 will have the gratings on the other side, and I think I do want to taper the front so that it kind of like, it has like a, I don't know, like a camping look. Camping electronics. Nail varnish dryer. Interesting. All right. I think that's tacky. Oh, it's tacky. It's not even tacky. It's just ready. Yeah, there's no stickiness to it. All right, well, that'll hold it in there for the time being, at least. Fortunately, that end can't really close because of the stupid screw. What can I do to solve that real quick? I don't have Teflon readily available. I could drop a little epoxy on the end of this thing. What else do I have? UV glue is obviously not the answer here. More glue. I know, it's like more types of glue. Let me see. What do I have readily available to me in order to make this thing fit better? Smithers. I mean, you know, the perfect thing for this is obviously Teflon, so you can make a little bit more pressure. Paper was suggested in chat. That's also a good one. Copper wires. Everything's too big. Well, except for maybe the motor wire, but I don't have any more of it on the table. I brushed it all off. I'm going to put a drop of super glue on the screw. Might not be a good idea here, actually, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, maybe. I don't, whatever. Let's just leave it. It's a prototype. It could be a prototype. Prototype problems. That just, literally, I just pushed the whole screw in. All right. And actually, this stuff should retain enough of its stickiness that I can just steal it. Give me your tape. Ugh. Toothpick. I don't have a toothpick that's that small. No, duct tape and WD-40 are awful at fixing everything. They're terrible. Don't use them. All right. Just to further solidifying the fact that this is a prototype, I am transferring the tape from one thing to the other. So press that down on there a little bit. Hopefully this thing doesn't explode. So now that goes on to the Logitech Brio. So I'll actually plug it in first. Hopefully it doesn't, I don't think there's any chance for anything to go wrong with this, to be honest. I'll say that right now, and it may sound a little cocky, but it is just 5 volts in USB. Computer still works. I see an LED behind this thing. I wish I could show you guys that. And then this just goes from here to here. You can press it on. And then I told my friend WD-40 was a pretty bad lubricant the other day, and he went down a rabbit hole of every type of grease and oil. Yeah, there are different ones for different causes. 3-in-1 is a very good one for not putting WD-40 on stuff. But WD-40 does have its place. You just, you know, it's overstated the capabilities of it. All right, that's still frozen from last time. So deactivate, activate. Bada bing, bada bang, bada boom. They don't look much clearer than they were before, but we can let that run for a little bit and see what it's like. Hopefully all the UV glue's off of my freaking hands. Now the USB cable goes on the top of the camera, so I'm not going to be hitting it as much as I manipulate it. Let's get the UV glue out of here. So I think my solution for this thing in the future, going forward, is I'm going to flip around the mount for the we'll work on that right now, actually. I'm going to flip around the mount for the grating. I'll have to cut new grating. I could make it square, and I could have the corners retain it. That might be what I do. Oh man, it smells like UV glue right here. We'll let this run for a little bit just to see how it handles heat. I might have to start over the design though. I'm a little afraid of that. In the meantime, let's not get too far. Well, so here's my debate, is that I can work on that now, and we've got a half hour, or I can work on Burn the Subs 3 for a half hour. I think it's better if we do the CAD right now while it's still in our minds. It looks fuzzier than what I remember. Yeah, a little bit. I can see that. Okay. I can see that. I don't know if it is though. You know, that lens, the material around the lens could be a little close for it. It doesn't look like it's blocking the vision at all. It could just be that it's a hot day. You guys might just be interpreting fuzziness as because it's like hot in here right now. So like it's kind of warm. I'm kind of warm right now. Well, you can still see individual hairs pretty easily. Outside, you can see warm air pouring in from out there. I'm just kind of trying to observe here. Let's give it a minute to just kind of like hang out, because it's going to build up heat within its enclosure, and we'll see if we get a lot of streaking and stuff. I'm noticing a bit less streaking on it, so yeah, but we're comparing it to itself. You see, that's the important part. The visuals that we had earlier with this thing seemed clearer. The entire front end was open, though. Well, actually, I've got a piece of metal that I can hold up in front of it so that I can see. I can put it on the thermal cam to see how it does. Or I could solder a USB to the old one. Just letting it run out for a minute here. I don't know what to do with this stuff. Okay, yeah, pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. Yeah, right. That's stuff that I have to like throw out in the future. I can do stereoscopic thermals, yeah. Three-dimensional thermals. All right, let's look at the camera and see how it's doing. And in order to do that, I don't have a plug that I can plug into the USB, but I have a piece of metal. Metal reflects long wave infrared. So even this pretty, it's not a very smooth piece of metal, not very reflective. You can kind of see light sources and stuff in it, but under thermals, it's a freaking mirror. You can see where the heat's coming from, at least. Now, the camera's got a lot of heat local to it, and that might be causing the fuzziness. So opening up that aperture might help. Opening up that little aperture hole in the center might help. Although it is doing a decent job. Unfortunately, I can't view it from a different angle. I can't view it from a different angle. I can kind of get a little bit of an angle if I back away. You can see a little bit of heat coming out of the side there. And the bottom should look cooler. It does. And then a little bit of heat coming out of that side. Barely see it. I need to move further away so I can get more. That's about as far as I can get. DS4 Universe. 2 mirrors. I was thinking about that. DS4 Universe, thank you for subbing for 26 months. That is a full 26-month streak. Dude, thank you so much. Let's put you up on the board. Let us put you up on the board. Which would have been our side project today, but for some reason this week I've been finishing a half hour early on every project. Well, there's still stuff to do. I kind of want to do those revisions before we move on too far. Boop. There we go. DS4 Universe, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey, it's a non-colliding name. BTS3 is coming along. I mean, I just got parts in the mail last night for it. Did some printing. So we're trying to get together the Core XY system for it. I still need to make one more bracket before we assemble it. And then I got to figure out how in the hell I'm going to do the programming to get the Core XY machine to move appropriately. So moving in opposite directions in order to move it in one way, moving together in order to move it in the other. And what this does is it means that I don't need a bar going across the entire thing in order to coordinate two X-axis motors. I can have an XY and an XY motor and have them run in conjunction with one another. And what that does is that presumably that will, to a degree, hopefully clean up some of the looks of it, and that means that I can make it a taller board than what I was originally planning, because I couldn't find axes that were long enough to do that height. You know when you're going to be working on water cooling? Nah, how would I possibly know that? I don't even know. I don't know. But yeah, anyway, Core XY, pretty cool. We're working on that. I need to figure out where I am sourcing, or how I am attaching these pulleys here, these and these on the two sides. But all right, so Fusion, let's correct the mistakes of my past. While I like these windows, we don't actually need a whole hell of a lot of room up here for these holes. So I can move that entire box in a little bit. And then I need to get rid of the extrusion steps that cut out the windows. And I guess, oh boy, let me think about that. I think they're in for a size change as well. I think they're in for a size change, because I can make them more stout with the tapered top, because they're going to have to be. So yeah, we're going to abandon pretty much all those sketches. So let me take a look at all these solids here. Let's bring them back a little bit. What was that? That was, well, whatever it is, I didn't need it. Delete. What other features man, I hate it when Fusion does this. See, look at that. It's like, oh, these features. Oh. It's like, dude, I really don't care. Delete. Let's see, that surface is fine. That sketch I don't need. Although I will, I can always make that again, right? Yeah, I can always make that again. I'm gonna delete that one. Get rid of those chamfers, don't need them anymore. Rid of that. Goodbye. Get rid of this. Goodbye. We're back over to where we were yesterday. Position capture I want to keep, because that actually, this fixed the USB being to the side just slightly. I gotta be careful that we don't undo something like that. This has to do with the tiny fan. I'll keep it in place, but I'm not gonna like it. Don't worry about that sketch. Get rid of these. Whoa, what did I just do? No. We're not rolling back. I clicked the wrong thing, so I'm trying to delete that. Wait, cancel. Hold on. You, and you. And then we don't worry about that. Okay, so that's just where I want to be with this. So don't worry about that. Delete this. Delete this. Delete that. Back where we were. Okay, so now I want to get into this, and I want to actually move those screw holes inboard a little bit. Hopefully I can do that from the main drawing, the base drawing. Because this is where I've got all my driven dimensions and stuff. Oh boy. This is where I break everything. Wait, there wasn't supposed to be an offset there. That's weird. Does that mean that these screw holes are offset? Oh my god. Look at this. What happened here? Oh my god. You bastard! You fucking asshole! Oh man. It's because it's 3 away from this. And for some reason this one lined up perfectly. God damn it. Alright, yeah, that... I don't know what happened there. Everything exploded. Oh my god. Close that. All of my dimensions just blew up because I did that. Let's go back to the sketch. As the problem with doing this is that you know, things will kind of mess up. Nope. Nope. Yeah, so the question is now, how do I move those screw holes in without screwing up my entire drawing? Because this goes back to the fundamental part of the sketch, and I suppose in authoring this thing, oh, I see, this one's 3, that one's 4 for some reason. Oh, because that's for the sidewalls. So what if I make this 4? That's going to blow out the sidewall. Which actually could work to our advantage. Wait a minute. Well, I think that might be too thick. Oh, I see. That moved everything out. So if I turn that to... No, but that's going to move it closer to the screws. I wanted to move the screws in. What is driving... Where are these being dictated? How are these being positioned? Oh, I see. It flipped everything over on me. Why'd you do that? God, that's so weird. Why is it like that? It really makes me want to redo this entire drawing. Because that is not supposed to be like that. Why are you like that? Why don't you move? Yeah, I might have to rebuild her. Which really is not all that hard to do. It's just determining the position to the screws and then busting out from there. And then a lot of this stuff is like extrude from the top of the camera and then an offset from there. These are like, yeah, go from the bottom of the enclosure all the way up. What's up, projectile poly? I can't believe that. My whole drawing, wasn't supposed to be this fragile. Ah, damn it. It was not supposed to be this fragile. Like, what? How did I figure out the distance to this thing? That I got a solid 3. If I make that a 2, I'm going to pull all that stuff in. Control Z that, by the way. It looks like the screw holes seem to be determining where everything is and what is holding the screw holes in their position. Supposedly nothing. Yeah, this was made as a square 3x3 out from everything. There and there. There we go. That's a better way of displaying it. That makes it a little bit more... All right, I'm starting to reverse engineer how I put this thing together. That 4 is just the size of that hole. The 2 is the side wall. What I'm trying to do here, I want to taper the top of the enclosure to make it look cooler. And so I have a couple options here. I can drop the screws down in order to make them fit a little bit better. That might be the direction that I go in if I'm unable to do this. Or I can move the screws in a little bit and make the design a little bit tighter. Well, move the screws in and leave the sidewall where it is. That's generally what I'm looking at here. That's what I'm trying to determine. And I feel like some of these dimensions were created based on distances. Why is it doing that? From the board. So if you go 4 millimeters out in this direction, that's where that goes. But when I change that, it breaks everything down the line. Everything was based on like the sidewall size and stuff like that. This one is the one that's killing me because I don't know how I can fix that screw hole. Is in a weird spot because of... Actually, wait. This one is the one in the weird spot. This one needs to move in a little bit. Oh, God. Oh, my God. I'm going to measure from here to here. That doesn't... I don't believe you for 1 second. That doesn't make any sense at all. Is it 4 from there to... What happens if I delete this? Well, that becomes undriven. Oh my God, everything exploded. I'm scared. Chat, I'm scared. What have I done? Let's Control Z that real quick. Control Z. Let's put that dimension back in. So this screw hole, like how do I fix this? I need to move this to the right a little bit. This screw is just completely screwing up all my plans. Okay. That is messing it up. These should be attached to one another. No, stop it. Okay, that fell over. 3x3, and then the distance between these two is 1. So it would be like 3 point something, something, something. Yeah, it was kind of a kick. Oh my God, what happened here? Something hideous. What is that even pointing to? It's just 2. Oh, that's the offset. I see. That's the offset from the outer area. So the sidewall is always going to say 2. That's 3x3 from the screw. I could expand that, but that would make the body larger. And then the screw is offset by 4. Vertically, I don't know what's going on here. What is locking this into position? 0.2. That's an offset. That's just a box that's made 0.2 away. 2 and 4, of course, are those. Those are set there. Where's this? What am I dragging and dropping? What's happening? This is not the way. Control Z. How come this hole just has complete impunity? Like what? Something's screwing this up. Might just be that I need to get rid of that, but then if I start messing with it, everything else is going to be based on like these distances 3x3 based on that corner. That corner's not connected to here. So if I get rid of Jesus Christ. No. It's gonna okay. Control Z. Click away. Okay. What is this? What is this over here? What's this over here? Things are going, yeah, the way things go haywire is just pretty crazy. If I set them, then I'm going to over-constrain, and I'm looking at what's going to over-constrain it. And I think it's this right here. Perhaps if I did that, and then this goes here. No, it doesn't work. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, help. Oh, my God. Control Z. Z again. Yeah, all of my outer dimensions are constrained by that, but what if I clicked and it interpreted that click as me trying to change? Okay. Control Z it again. What are the constraints on that line? Center there. Is this lock being locked into position? What's wrong? Oh boy. Nope, that was the wrong thing, huh? That's not what was wrong. That's not what was wrong. That distance is fixed at 4. That's this box. This box. What is this one associated with? I'm getting rid of whatever this one is. Oh god, it unlinked everything. Everything is bad. I mean, like, what did I do? Why does this suck? It's this dimension here screwed up wherever this was, which shouldn't have been because it should be parallel with this. But for some reason, the link between these two is broken, and that broke everything else because I can't fix it. Like, I mean, I guess this line would have to expand from the center. The distance between these two objects should have been fixed. That was meant to be centered, which those are. Weird. I'm having weird drawing problems, guys. I don't know what the deal is with this. Control Z. Everything is solved with a Control Z. I'll tell you, it was broken before. One of the screw holes for this thing is off. I just didn't know. It's just kind of interesting to find it this late in the game. These two lines should be... Yeah, they should remain, they should keep their dimensions, but this line right here is not the same distance as this line, if my understanding is correct. Or maybe that side needs to move in a little bit. That's center. That's center. I'm confused, chat. I am confused. Obviously, if I get rid of this, but why is this so fixed in its position too? Okay, I did not mean to do that, and now it just changes all of my drawing. Whole drawing changed. Hey, let's click on this and let's move. See, it's like, why does center click sometimes do this? And just manipulate my whole drawing into hell. Bet fixing the USB position screwed it up. I know, it feels like it did. I mean, if it's off by 0.1, then that's what did it. Nope, 0.2, not 0.1. Although, kind of makes a little sense, doesn't it? Interesting, the things that can blow up your drawing. I mean, I could start from scratch. This is not that complicated of a enclosure in general. I mean, it's just 2mm sidewall with a certain height that I'd have to measure again and restart. All right, so I'm probably gonna have to restart the entire thing in order to get it right, which isn't that difficult because I've got these two components in here. I can pull those into a new drawing, or I can take this all the way back to its original and then back to where I positioned everything, and then say I'm gonna do a save as. So yeah, close, and then I'm gonna Control Z until I get out a finished sketch. I'll just save off a new version. I'll start over with the drawings. All I need to do is make sure that the stuff is in the right spot. What's going on here? Why are we not? You know what? Finish the sketch. Let's see what you resolve. That's not bad. Okay, so roll history marker here, and let's go pre-sketch times. Dun dun dun. I remember a time. All right, save as housing 3. It happened again. Okay. So the center to center of these two devices should be the same. The problem is I can't trust that face, and I can't trust this face either. I don't know what tools the Groupgets people were using for these things, but they created weird distances on all this stuff. So the best I think I can do is projecting these in to the next side. And then I can use those to determine what the center is. Or I could use the center of any of these circular pieces here. Because there is a node right there. Take it from this node to this node. There's that delta. .825? 2.825 off. What is that? God damn it. Oh, that's not even the right measurement. I told it to show XYZ. That's vertical. Oh, okay, never mind. Hold on. That's actually okay. That's actually okay. That means they're centered. That means they're centered on one another. Never mind. Okay, good. So I actually do have the two centered. Oh, thanks, Fidgen. I appreciate that. Yeah, so those two are actually centered on one another. Whether or not the camera lens is theoretically centered on the little legs, but I'm going to start over from here, and I'm going to redo the drawing, and I'm going to try to make it make sense. I mean, for all intents and purposes, I probably started with the lens center and moved out from there and tried to keep everything even, but it doesn't appear like I'm having I didn't have good luck with that. But now that I can actually delete history after I'm gonna do, there should be like a delete history after this point. Yeah, delete all features in history after marker. So bye-bye, and then save. So whatever was happening with that other file is no longer associated with this one. I guess technically version 1 is still going to have that whole design history in it. So I kind of messed up a little bit. I could save this under a new name and delete the old one in order to really get rid of the history, but I don't think that's really going to be necessary. I'm not going to need to roll this back. Actually, I probably should do this. I probably should do that because that entire design history is still there. I can save it as a milestone, but I think that's something only like admin or like, because I have an educator copy, apparently I can do that. But I think what I'll do is I'll just save it as a different name and then delete the other one. So let's just do save as. Housing 4. It happened again. Okay, so housing 3, delete. Yes. So that whole design history is wiped. And by the way, when it actually comes to making the lens to the camera, the Lepton camera part is like massive. So it has all kinds of stuff associated with it. And I think it's not PT Mini. PT Mini is the circuit board. It's the Lepton camera version 1.1. And then there's actually inside of it's one of these things that has the actual lens cone in it. Where was it? That's just the socket. Oh, optical area, yeah. So if I view the optical area, you can see all of the different pieces of the optical area. There's 2 of them, and I use the wider one just to give it a little bit more. Oh, milestones are in the, well, the normal paid version, but what about the free version? Because I want to cater anything that I'm trying to show people to the free version. This is all off of Lepton's site, by the way, the model. So GrabCAD had the base, you know, this base, and then Lepton has the camera with the shutter and then the socket, and I just lined the 2 up properly. Chat was the one who found all this stuff. I'm not that smart. All right, I'm going to save this here. We're going to leave this as it is because I'll work on this later. It's all the same stuff. We've done it before 5 times. I just need to make sure that my square extrusion starts from the inside and works out halfway through, and then my cool-looking, slightly smaller extrusion happens from the other side. And then what I do in addition to that is maybe I'd add like a little square or something like that in order to hold it in place from both sides, right? Add in the free version when I have that too. Okay, so you can flag it as a milestone and then it'll delete all the history before that. That would be what I do in order to keep the design files clean, because Fusion is limiting on design files. That's how they price out everything. Okay, well, I got 5 minutes to spare. I think I'm done for the day, but yeah, well, here are the parts that I got, by the way. I mean, they're literally just brackets, and this is what I need to do with the motors for burn the subs. So the motors for burn the subs, I have mounts. Oh, look at that. Look at that thermal image still there. That's where my, look where my hand was. Letting the days go by. Why does it need sides? Wouldn't it stay cool if the sides were open? Yeah, but I mean, the whole point of it is to protect the camera. In my wildest dreams, I would lend one of these to super popular streamers in order to use thermals, so they could put it on the back of a cell phone and record stuff with it. Maybe, that's probably not gonna happen. But in just to humor myself, I was thinking, well, what if that happened? What do I want to do with the camera? And I would want to keep it safe from all sides. So that's why I want to use those grid panels in order to make sure that I can't accidentally like get stuff in it, but, you know, and then protect the lens and all that. So yeah, so the 5055 motor is about as wide as a NEMA 23. So a NEMA 23 plate on this with somebody else's. This is from GrabCAD. Somebody on GrabCAD made a nice little adapter here. Now, considering if I ever want to cool these motors, I'm gonna have a little bit of a time if I'm trying to cool these motors. I don't know if I need to cool them yet. We want to make a determination about whether or not I need to, and then I need to make a decision about whether I want to like just meme it and cool them anyway. I would need to make something that looks like this but has the ability to pump water through it. That's a little complicated. This mount is pretty cool though, because what it does is it puts both the AMT 102 sensor and the 3-phase motor to a hole pattern for NEMA 23. So I can bolt this to this, and then I can bolt this to the rail, and then we'll have one of the motor, well, 2 of the motor mounts, right? That's why I printed out this extra one, so I can have 2 of the motors ready to go. And then I've got this, which is just a bearing plate. So this, to this distance of either one of these sets of holes, oh, milestones aren't, yeah, that's what I thought I read. Milestones aren't free in the personal version of Fusion 360 anymore, which is annoying because Fusion 360 is all about keeping those files clear. So saving it as is our best bet for doing that nowadays. Save as, archive the old one. Sucks though. Careless Curls. Thank you for following. SolidWorks Maker Edition this year? What does that mean? Are they making a new? I can't even tell if these are metal. They're so anodized. Yeah, so the thought is on the end of the rail, have that, and then this this will hold up. I'll have to see. Oh, they're finally making personal licenses. What does that even mean? Oi, bruv, where's your license? Your license. I wouldn't hold my breath for reasonably priced, but I'm hoping that they will be. You know, something that, like, normal people can afford. I would love to be able to keep my education edition, though. Because that's what I do, and I'm sure there are weird stipulations about broadcasting with a personal license. But yeah, we can hold those out there like this and this, and then in between them, I need to figure out how I'm going to do those two rollers that are close to one another. But these help me significantly. I don't have to worry about drilling out plates to make them, and they were only a couple bucks. So came a lot faster than I thought they would. Not the first time I ever heard that. Okay. Anyway, guys, I'm out of stuff. I'm out of voice. I am done for day. So I'm gonna leave you guys to, well, let's see. Who's around? What are we doing? A lot of version 1. Wait, doesn't he have a big thing tonight? Okay, well, Louis is doing Chivalry. If you guys want to watch Louis, actually, I want to encourage you guys to go watch Louis. Gonad, he's doing Long Drive. Yes, go watch Louis and Gonad. I am going to end the stream. I'm just gonna end it right now. And you guys disperse to wherever you need to go. I use light mode on this computer because I mean, geez, I have to always say it. I gotta always say it, don't I? Tui got it. Wait, who got it first? Oh, it was OctoJ. I think OctoJ got it. Why do I use light mode? I don't know. I don't know why I use light mode. Huh? I don't know why I use light mode. Yeah, well, Dewey, you got to know, on your screen, you're always going to be delayed from where it comes from. Why are you guys like animated emotes? Why do you use light mode? Why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? We literally got animated emotes yesterday. What do you think? What do you think? Man. All right, you guys, I'm going to be back on Tuesday. I would have really liked to do gaming streams this weekend, but I don't think I'm going to be up for it. Next weekend, I'm going to be busy on Saturday. There's probably very little chance that I would ever do a Sunday stream. So I will see you on Tuesday. We'll have a good week next week. We're going to work on BTS3 a bit. We're going to get OctoJ's laptop, his tablets ready to go, or at least the one. And then I can show you guys updates for the thermal camera, just because I can't sleep until I get the design right. So I will see you guys later. Have a good weekend. Thank you so much for joining me, and see you next week. Have a good one. Bye.